wanted to be a European state. They always wanted to be. That's what Russian Europe.
Yeah,
if we had simply brought Russia into the fold, we're probably looking at a much different situation with Russia. Also, if we have made them set up rules for their economy before they started the business, there wouldn't have been so many oligarchs and there wouldn't have been such violence.
I agree. I just wanted to say that, like, I think we should all learn Russian. And, everyone would appreciate borscht so much more if we didn't, like, I don't understand this American hate towards Russians.
Are we letting women talk in this room now?
Of course we are. Wait, you don't understand that they don't have distrust of Russia?
It's mothers, there we go, let them speak.
What did Russia ever do to you?
Happy Mother's Day.
So let's start at the Yalta Conference. Russia decided to
You didn't say Happy Mother's Day to me, so I'm quite offended.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
I didn't know you were a mother. Read Happy Mother's Day.
I mean...
Not that time. She is a mother.
Rita only found out yesterday she was a mother.
Yeah, me too. I just found out.
Oh my God. Right in time for Mother's Day. Somebody hit you up for... I want to recommend a book called Red Notice. Maybe you guys have seen it.
I've read it. It's such a good book. Sergei Magnitsky.
Okay, so you understand why the U.S. was trying to work with Russia to make it into a modern capitalist state. And everything was going great. There was freedom. There was commerce. They were trying to make a stock market. And
that was there in the early days.
Correct. And then suddenly everything took a left turn and they reverted to a kleptocracy. And that's, I think, when the Western world pulled back. Okay, we can't trust you guys. You're going to be the same as the Soviet Union, only you're just going to be on a smaller scale with no communism, but you're still going to have the KGB and the secret police in charge. There's something weird, and no offense to any Russians in the room. I love you guys, and I know you understand what's going on in the West, which is sort of a creeping mind control virus and communization. But Russia is still a place where the rule of law doesn't apply. The institutions aren't sound, and it's impossible really to have a good relationship with them because they're not honest and they're very brutal. There's kind of midway between the Middle East and the West, and in some ways they're even worse than the Middle East.
It sounds like Canada too.
What's happening? Rafi can tell us more. They're turning into Russia. What's that? I said Canada's turning into Russia.
Canada's worse than Russia.
No, but no, it's not worse than Russia. They're very brutal there to their own people. I mean, they're just throwing men into the meat.
What were they wearing, Norm? Did they deserve it?
That's a good point.
Thank you.
They probably were.
I always like to elevate the conversation.
Well, this is why we like to include women sometimes. I'm making a mock anti-feminist joke.
I didn't realize that.
I've been kidding the whole time. And I did have borscht with Reno once, so she was giving me.
It was lovely borscht. It's probably the best borscht I've ever had.
All right. I feel much better. Anyway,
The amount of flirting going on right now.
The reason why, Norm, the whole conversation was brought up, and I'll tell you why. Yesterday was a big trade day for Russia. And it was a big trade day that they liberated Germany, I guess, from Nazi Germany. And they basically helped free the Jews. And there was parades in Russia, which they still had, but like people would organize them in New York. I'm pretty sure you're aware of it. People would drive a lot of cars with the Russian flags in Brooklyn, just a kind of like a line of cars. They would celebrate it. Everybody would celebrate openly, and now it's getting kind of silenced, this holiday. And this holiday, why it's getting silenced due to the Russian-Ukrainian war. And Ukraine kind of participated in helping the Germans, a part of Ukraine. And essentially what's always happening with the Jews now, to kind of silence something like this, it's really interesting during the times now, not to speak about it.
Rafi, Ukraine definitely went Nazi at that crucial
not
moment,
not
right?
not Ukraine, but
Not parts of it went.
parts of Ukraine. But now due to this war, we're kind of silencing history that should be spoken about.
You know what's kind of cool? We celebrate VE Day on May 8th. So why is it May 9th for the Russians? Because Germany capitulated on May 8th. It was May 9th in Russia. Time difference.
Well, probably different time zones.
Yeah, exactly.
Better than VT Day.
So this is interesting that nobody speaks about that. Like you can't celebrate such a thing because right now it automatically comes back to Russia. And even though in modern day Russia, yes, I understand they're the attackers, they're the aggressors, this and that. But we are silencing history, and we're part of that history. And I'm not speaking only as a Russian, I'm speaking as a Jew.
Well, how many did Russia lose in World War II? 10 million? 20 million?
No, more 16, 26,
I thought it was like
26
20
to
20 to 30 million actually.
Yeah, about 27,000. Even 27.
Yeah,
That's military and civilians.
yeah.
And without Russia, we lose World War II.
Yeah, that's why I don't really understand the sort of like demonization of Russia.
Because as soon as World War II finished, Russia's idea was to conquer the rest of the world. I mean, we
Yeah, but according to who? Was that according to the Russians? Like,
according to our intelligence.
right, but
And their posture.
I don't.
Yes, but
You don't know that that's
war,
fact.
yeah, but no war was started. But according to your intelligence, you guys had reason to create NATO and start a Cold War with
Okay,
Russia.
but forget about intelligence, facts on the ground. All of the countries in
And
Eastern Europe.
because Russia never attacked after, right? They never threatened to attack realistically on the world stage.
No, but they did the exact opposite of the United States, where the United States rebuilt these places and let them be free. The Russians hid them behind the Iron Curtain and repressed them. I think
They blockaded Berlin against the agreement to divide Berlin into
Well, I was
different
thinking
zones.
specifically of Tito in Hungary putting down, with the Russians putting down that uprising under Gorbachev. They sent Soviet troops in and they killed all those people.
They had a coup d'etat in Czechoslovakia in '48. They were behind that. Like,
Yeah, I guess
Exactly.
I guess my point is, while the United States let these places be free under our alliance, the Russians did literally the exact opposite. They took them all and mandated they live under a repressive Soviet regime with zero freedom, zero
Soviet
political access. Well, I mean, like Soviet, yes, but my point is, like, we didn't do the same things at the end of World War II. The Russians clearly took over and repressed their people, where the United States let them live freely under our alliance.
I mean, communism doesn't work. Stalin was a mass murderer. It's not like this was controversial. We all knew what was going on. Our alliance with them was in order to defeat, not because we had any trust in them or that we can't be hostile or related.
You know, Roosevelt said as much at Yalta.
Patton wanted to continue after he defeated the Germans.
Yeah, Kevin MacArthur wanted to go on to China and Beijing, but that shit was nuts.
No, MacArthur in China, Patton in Europe wanted to push back the Russians.
That's right. Yeah, I'm saying that was nuts, though. There was like, the American public was
that idea. We understood that their designs were on all of Europe, and I think the same.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
It was what do they call it now? It was something of convenience.
A marriage of convenience.
yeah, alliance of convenience.
Alliance agreements, yeah.
When Operation Barbarossa started, they weren't allies. When they Poland got invaded by Germany, they became allies.
Plenty of New York intellectuals in my circle, really generation ahead of me, older than me, were
still
pro-Soviet.
They're still around.
dying
That
off.
old.
Oh, come on.
that was pretty good.
Don't tell me what to do, David.
Yeah,
I'll just make a joke.
stop oppressing women.
Yeah,
Mothers.
don't oppress me.
Anyway,
Press.
I mean, the full extent of the Soviet murderers, this is only coming out slowly. Stephen Kotkin, I think we talked about this, Marshall. It's got the definitive 3-volume biography of Stalin. And again, he ruthlessly murdered his own people, and he ruthlessly murdered everybody around him. All of his top advisors. It would be as if Trump murdered his entire cabinet, and all the top people and all of the federal agents.
15 other million people.
Yeah, but I'm saying even his close friends, even the people that he was working with, Stalin would periodically slaughter them.
That's why my favorite movie is Death to Stalin. That's a great show with that. With a comedic, spin to it.
I still have to watch.
But it was only once in a while.
Yeah, we can.
I did it once in a while, it's not so bad.
Wasn't all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it was continuous, that would be
Like a
problematic for you, Rena.
genocide. What?
If it was continuous, that would be problematic for you.
Yeah, I mean, that would be bad, obviously.
Well, that would be wrong.
Well, any genocide is bad.
And once in a while isn't
Yeah,
wrong also.
genocide, bad.
Rocky, I didn't mean to take it different.
Yeah, I did. I meant to take it into a different direction.
It's fine. Listen,
It's getting a little boring.
if you let it go, I'll take over.
So what happens when we have to?
It's not like this is the UN, guys. Like, this is Clubhouse. You're, talking amongst each other. Make it more fun.
It's
Make
more like
Clubhouse fun again.
it's more like UK Parliament where they screw over each other.
Well, that's fun, actually. That's way more interesting. Sometimes they beat each other up, too.
Speaker's Corner, yeah, I went there. You've got to be really careful.
That's Parliament isn't Speaker's Corner. I thought that's just
No.
debating.
No.
Oh, they stab each other and kill each other. And it's mainly the
Hey,
Shia
hey.
versus the Sunni, by the way.
I thought they actually clamped that down more because of the Eid laws now.
What, the stabbing?
No, not the stabbing. The free speech.
No, they're still going.
No, they
So
still
no,
they still take the king hostage.
What?
And we're making a reference.
Santa Clara District Attorney Jeff Rosen was taken off of
No, I heard that.
a case of someone being prosecuted for death to Israel by a Superior Court judge. Can you imagine?
Yeah, well, you can't trust the Jews.
Imagine an Asian district attorney prosecuting.
Well, if there's a crime with a woman, you shouldn't have a woman.
Apparently.
Happy Mother's Day to all your women.
All the mothers who haven't had children, happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, not every woman has it.
Well, if they're not a mother yet, he's offering. That's what I'm hearing.
He's offering to make them one. Only feeds. Only feeds.com.
Good personality.
Namaste.
Fuck, you're a great person. God just told me that.
You speak to God often?
Hell yeah, I just talked to him and he told me not to kill your ass.
Whoa.
Wow.
Crazy. God, he's a hard guy.
Wow.
He told me that dude he stole $25 from you. And you don't know about it. He told me that guy down there, he be robbing church stores.
Well, you gotta cut back on the smokes.
No, I'm just telling you what God be telling you.
Maybe you went down the wrong pipe.
Who's Matthew Preston? Is he running for Congress?
You know what? They should rename Happy Mother's Mother's Day, they have to go for the
Not every mother's,
not every mouth is his mother.
but every milk, no. By definition, David, it has to be.
Well, I'm glad that was sorted out.
By the way, I dropped that back. It's nonsense, bullshit.
Yeah, I guess you don't want people like talking about murder and stuff here.
Yeah, that kind of changed directions. Like, whoop.
Alright, well, I think I elevated the room enough.
Oh, now you're gonna go after it's been elevated?
Yeah, I abandoned it.
Typical.
Like an orphan child.
Fine.
David Belvedere, you're in Tennessee? No. I'll be in Tennessee until,
Oh, wow.
I heard you were in Tennessee. No, not till, I think I go in June or July. I'll be there.
Oh. Or somebody else met up with you or something. Oh, whatever.
No, I was in Tennessee last year. But that was really nice.
Where have you been?
I'm bouncing around. In, Vegas, Austin, San Diego, Toronto. Just bouncing around.
So I could never see it as idolatry. Like whatever says that's foreign, this is us.
Well, I don't expect anybody to abandon the God or the gods that they hold to if they feel like they are in a covenant that is rewarding them somehow. If they feel like this is in sync with reality and reality is giving them the maximum positive or a very constant positive, then you are in a proper covenant. But if you feel like the gods have failed you, then join in a covenant that actually rewards. And you want the example of nations? Here we are. We're the Semites, we're the Ishmaelites, or the Israelites, and here we are. Our tradition has taken over the Western Hemisphere and has literally reached China. So in that sense, so we're testimony of this covenant.
But don't forget about the what is it? The Japhethites?
Yeah, Europeans.
Gotta give us some due.
Yeah, you're our kings.
Yeah.
The Egyptians were
This Western Hemisphere, we're in it together. Wherever Alexander the Great stopped, we're all in one hemisphere.
I mean, one thing we can all unite on is fuck the Jews, baby. Yeah.
No, man, but Moses is black. Because they confused Moses
With you, him, hopefully you read the Quran, and maybe we can follow up in this conversation after you read.
If you read the Quran, I was going to tell you.
Thank you so much for the enlightening conversation.
Sound like someone
And
entering our faith.
peace be with you.
Inshallah, may God guide you.
Inshallah, yeah.
We're sincere in actually taking on the Quran.
Yes.
No, I ordered it.
Just read through it, just no confirmation bias. I'm not saying you believe this is God, but just like be open to that it could be God. That's all.
Yeah, no, I see it the same way I see the Bible now. It's just overlooked enough.
The Bible is inspired by God via the apostles. So it's different. This is inspired. We're talking the Quran is first person God.
Get ready to find out how much God hates atheists.
So just understand that in context.
Oh,
You're not
everyone
reading the
hates
words of
atheists. Hey, fuck
That's
Jews,
all
fuck
you get.
atheists. yeah.
It's because CM is disruptor and I don't want him to get a bad we can fucking crash out on this guy and you're not gonna.
I'm probably just gonna meet up. I might leave here in a bit. I'm trying to read through Mein Kampf currently.
Yes.
But thank you so much.
I want to thank Illumi for that very enlightening.
After everything you said.
Very, very touching.
I'm pretty much done with it.
What did you say?
I'm surprised you haven't read it yet.
Oh yeah, no, I'm working through it. I listened to the audiobook. I watched Your Last Battle. So we're getting there. Yeah. Alright, later guys. Have a good one.
Later, bye. Thank you, Louis, so much for that pleasure.
I did it because that's my obligation.
Yeah, but I also enjoyed your stories and your esoteric analysis. That was very
Ask
beautiful.
questions. I told them this is the little, if
I am
you want to hold to little, or here's mine, and I was very. It's just I don't appreciate where there are people who are claiming to hold to Islam or this tradition.
I really don't, man. And it would be,
And then you don't understand that there might be repercussions for that.
Yeah, exactly. So, Sam, please mute up.
Hey, Argon, are you there? Do you think Cynic is a Muslim? You know, he's a
He is
Trinitarian.
a Muslim. Anakin.
Like coming from you, Siam, someone who should have an understanding to what metaphysics is and should not be held up on terms or variables. Like you understand math. Like for someone who's gonna come and say, like I'm gonna get hung up on what you use as a variable. You can't use A, B, C. You have to use D, F, G or something like that. Like, bro, what happened? This must be what happens when you go to a state university.
No, bro, it's
Community college.
Community college is, I went to a community college. They're much more difficult.
Can we address
My house
that?
four times. And there's a huge Mormon community. There's like 7 wards in my fucking town of 300,000.
Okay, so what you need to do, you need to become Catholic and you need to ask for like holy water to be sprinkled where they stood. Okay? That's what you need to do.
Why are you so individual, boundaried, or
Walk there.
So it's like, hey, everybody comes like really code from like this area. Boundaries just have to be able to act more. Because then it branches out. Hey,
come here. Actually, I really manage. You're my bitch. You're my bitch. You are my bitch. Always remember that. Make it ring in your head.
I love Alex's voice. It's so strong when he's
you fuck someone up, yeah.
dude, when he starts talking, he doesn't sound
Fucking schlong.
He's Californian, right? Galaxy, California.
Yeah, he is. I think so. No, where are you from?
Jealous. Oh shit.
That doesn't have to answer that question.
Galaxy is from Toronto.
From
You're Canadian?
I'm Celestial, you fucking idiot.
Oh, pretty similar to California.
Where I can't do myself. Drug crazies, yeah.
Wait, so you're not even bisexual? There's no way.
Yeah, I love the way I've crushed on us.
I'm talking about Zabu. She's not a lesbian. She's
And
bi.
everything.
I need more Bitcoin every month. Take the accountability risk. You'll be rich. Done. That one's married, bro. She's married.
That's cool, guys. I think we summed it up. Pleasure being on with you guys. Enjoy the rest of Mother's Day.
Well, yeah, everybody knows family.
See ya. Have a good night.
comes to another man.
Bailouts are not the answer. Bailouts are not the answer.
To be clear, it's not us we're worried about. You own Bitcoin, you're fine. You're in the lifeboat. It's everybody else. And you can say, that's it. I don't give a shit about them. They're stupid and they got a low IQ. You're going to.
So that's it. She's got me.
I'm happy for you, Cora.
No, he's not.
Although he looks 19, for God's sake.
He's 51.
Yeah, but that picture you showed me, like, freaking looks straight up like a undergrad.
Cora, there's nothing out there.
Which is okay, like, shit, that's really good for a white person to look like that at that age. But you could tell this is military. He's, like, military. But you're saying that's not going to go through anymore? Like, what happened? I thought he left
There
his
was like a
place.
I was just like reveling in like all my predictions coming true about that fucking crazy.
But he reached out to you.
I mean, do you think Cynic is a Muslim?
So you're not interested?
I'm not interested until there's like 500 miles between him and that crazy woman. Right now she lives down the road.
Yo, what's up, man?
I get what you're doing. Alright.
Is Cynic a Muslim?
Yeah, he's a Muslim. But I think he's a bit confused on his
Sam, shut up. I vouch for Cynic. Me too. Everybody who... I mean, he is kind of a but mostly I give the consensus. As much as he's removed me from the fold of Islam, I think he is a Muslim.
Well, I'm not a Muslim and I've removed him. But on the authority of every other Muslim in the world.
That's not true.
He prays to a three-headed God.
Shut the fuck up, he doesn't. He called out Andrew for it. Are you a lunatic? CM is so stupid. Are you a lunatic? He's not a social trinitarian. That's what social trinitarian. I've just never...
What was that
He
word?
doesn't listen to a single thing.
Social Trinitarian? What did he say?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
And Andrew takes to it. It's where there are three beings, three minds.
Three minds. That's tritheism.
That's atheism. And so he
So
called
glad
people
that out of everything I've been saying on this app, CM agrees with me on that thing.
Yeah, so CM thinks that what Illumi has debunked is what Illumi believes. This is how
I'm gonna shoot up balls straight. If your God has three heads and please, you're tritheist.
it's not what he is saying. He's debunking the other guy for it.
Love that.
My God, why should I be freaking siding with Illumi right now?
Yeah, I mean, how many people can say on this app they convince CM of something?
It's not even hard.
not a lot, man.
I know, like, I fucking deserve a ribbon just for that.
Yo, but CM,
You didn't convince me of that. Like,
who's knocking on whose door? I'm confused.
Okay, I mean, you can take it on from here.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. It is you, my lord. It is you, my lord. It is only you.
so hold on. Is Nargis a Trinitarian now too?
No, I'm a Kitover.
Yeah, I know. That's why I love you, Nargis. I know you're
So why do you say this to yourself, even as a joke?
She has a serious and
He portrays the atheist over.
Okay,
takeover is illegal in many circumstances, especially.
I don't care.
That's so wild. Say that again. You gotta say it slower this time.
Whisper it. Basically, he's saying karma is not even a concept.
Whisper it in his ear.
You gotta say it slower.
So I only care if God has a causal effect on the universe. If he doesn't, and God exists as much as
So when you were talking
say about mathematics,
yeah, if the status of God, if God is the same
what did you just say about mathematics? Nature of math.
it has zero causal effects.
Can you say it again, but slower?
My boy, say it again, but say it slower this time.
Alright, chill out with the gateways, bro. That's Michaela's job.
Now you're gonna be a philosopher, Sia. That's my promise to you.
My God, Brazil has a killer voice. Say it one more time, Sia, baby. One more time. Slow and
Sorry,
steady.
you all allow me.
Say one more time. From Mitchell and me, can you say it one more time?
For you, anything.
Wow. Please don't give him so much credit. He's not going to be a philosopher.
No causal power.
I promise.
Basically, you're rejecting just cause and effect altogether. When did you become a human?
I've always been. I love you.
Yeah. And what about Kant?
He can't live.
Cons is his business.
Because he likes Plato.
Because he can.
Because he likes Plato. Because he knows that he needs to appeal to Platonian mathematics at some point or the other. Yes, he does. If anything, you're going to be inclined to Platonian math.
Can you imagine somebody like having to shove that down so hard that they like have to act this dumb because they're like repressing
It's dogmatism.
the truth, you know?
Yeah, it's just a show that identity, right?
BRB.
Yeah. It's the main
Sorry, what happened to
of
that?
identity. She said BRB. Did you not hear her?
I like hearing her talk about me. She loves to do it.
Why do you fight her? Well, that's really bad.
Dude, she fight me. She was a nobody to me, and so she started to like fucking, I don't know, first pretending like we were like friends from a long time ago, and then once I was like, what the fuck, I don't know you. Then she just magically said, now I hate you, and fucking goes into Andrew's room to talk shit about me.
about large swaths.
I want to tell you something. Like, I'm saying this with love, right? Why don't you keep in mind a little bit? For the sake of truth itself, right? Of course, you're going to obviously find it ridiculous. Like, these are myths and legends from the past. Paganism was never dead and will continue to live, okay? And that is because its stories are so thriving and so influential to add like moral value to society. So keeping that in mind, like, would you not want to like look into just basic philosophy and metaphysics and the different god models that are built for thousands of years, right? Just using rationale, logic, and sometimes even like storytelling, adding meaning to life, etc. Even if you're an existentialist,
So you're
not
saying
discovering
all a bunch
meaning.
of stories.
Of course, I have held to the repurposed intellectual.
You're an atheist. Welcome to the club.
How am I?
A bunch of stories. You just admitted.
Dude, all stories are not false. Metaphor from storytelling. Still
God is a
holds true.
metaphor. You got it.
No, I never said that.
What is the metaverse? Yeah.
Metaphor.
What are all these terms that we use? Language itself. What is language?
What is your metrics? Yeah.
He has permanent AI brain rot.
Okay, maybe he does indulge in AI, but he's utilized his power. If you use AI, you can call out his AI.
Cynic has to ask AI if he's gay. Like, that's what the fuck. And he won't believe it until AI says it.
Yeah, okay, so you're showing excessive dependence on AI. So it still doesn't mean what is AI saying. No, but you have a close mind to AI.
I like AI.
We all
Yeah, it has its place.
big countries.
It's here now. What can we do about it?
Correct. I just started using it a couple of months ago. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's been here for a long time, honestly. It used to be called statistics back.
So really, I had an objection to it because I thought like it would kill art, it would kill design and things like that, right? And perhaps like wouldn't let us engage in our reasoning mind, things like that. That's not true. Not that I look through. No.
If you look at the history of Photoshop, the technique of Photoshop has existed since they were doing like made animation in like Disney. Those techniques have always existed. It's just computation, computer science that accelerates the tools that become easier and easier to use.
So I've seen like the more religious minded, like dogmatists, completely deny it, right? And I don't know, few of them. And I'm thinking perhaps because like some truth may come out and this entire pyramid that's been built for 3,000-4,000 years, I just allow things like that. I mean, I can see that.
It becomes because it's
read ads about things they already own. They don't read things to buy them, but feel reassured that they have already bought the right thing. In other words, they get huge information satisfaction from ads, far more than they do from the product itself. Whatever advertising is heading is quite simply into a world where the ad will become a substitute for the product, and all the satisfaction. Do you know?
This is.
Too heavy for average men. The iconic Mountain Gemstones hit different, featuring bold cuts, serious weight, and a price.
Hold it down.
No, we're.
About the 1942 water treaty, which governs how much water the United States gets and Mexico gets. We're supposed to get 1 acre foot to every 2 acre feet of water they get. They've been getting something like 4 to 6 acre foot of water for every 1 acre feet of water we get, which that doesn't sound like a lot. What it really does is it like dispossesses our farmers. So they're like, they were in the law for something else. They're probably like, we gotta talk to him. So they went and talked to him. And the problem was, that's a great idea. Pulls out his phone, gets the Truth Social. Ted and Rollins literally dictate the Truth Social. And he sends it. So, from what I know of it, and I only have one small window into this, so maybe he's a totally different person from what I have a perception of. But from what I understand, if you're the last person in the room, and you're the most ardent speaker, he's the most likely to listen to you. I'm not judging whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying, from what I know of people who work in Washington, that's what they say. That he was the last person in the room, and the person who's the most ardent.
Yeah, and most people that work and live in Washington are just recently everyone says that the Israelis are the country that spies on us the most.
Also, he was using like an esoteric editions of the Quran.
The Israeli spy on us
Making that like
nearly as much as the Chinese MSS.
I'm proud of that.
Or the Russian FSB. Like the Russian FSB, when it was split in the early 2000s from the KGB, they kept the exact same generals in charge. So Director 1 under the KGB, which was America, is Director 1 under the FSB, controlled by the very same general who served under Vladimir Putin when he was head of the KGB.
Marshall, where are you from?
yo, how the fuck did I, yo, what the fuck? How the fuck did
I just want to make
You're related to Gertrude? She never told me that I had a son. Grace was my waitress.
Time for your medicine.
Doctor gave them to me from my heart. Forgive you for all your past transgressions. Victorious, I shall treat you in the truth. He's changed. After that, I could love it. His condition has gotten worse. He may not have long.
He's called for his mom. He's going to change his will. Yes.
And asked her on his mom. Thank you so much, Gracie. I want you to have it all, my son. This house and all that's in it. First thing tomorrow, I'll have my lawyers draw it up. Oh!
Sasha, help! They won't come. You thought they tasted the same. Sasha! No, definitely more tender.
Derogatory to say?
For sure.
Yeah, why would you say something like that?
You haven't met Pierre before, Abby. This is his MO.
It's like my hero and dinosaur. Some of the crows will get together and feel that.
About any group of people beats there.
Or down D&D. You don't like it? Oh, you should put that in your gaslight tracking handbook. I heard if you don't like something now, you should journal it and write it down when, where, when, and who said it, and keep track of when you get emotionally upset. What's that?
Don't do the white thing. I feel like as white people, as Americans, we were kind of being attacked for the first time ever.
You think that's appropriate?
We get so many quotes that
No, I don't. I actually don't eat it at all.
I think that Dutch.
I'm a mustard.
I mean, the Dutch love it, like a sloppy amount of mayonnaise. Most of us are not like huge mayonnaise
Do you
fans.
think anyone at Chompy thinks mayonnaise?
Nothing wrong.
I've never seen mayonnaise at Chompy.
I guess you see it. I'm trying to see. Have like Archer Avenue. They do have like.
Okay.
Shut up, bitch. Thank you. Shut up, Somebody's having a mental health episode on stage.
Matt, please, bro. I don't want it.
Matt, incest is not bad.
That's like, I don't know why it's so hard.
Matt, I don't want to tell you to have modern room, but like, goddamn.
What, bro? You don't know.
Damn, bro.
get mad just
Miriam is positive.
Mountain, you know, Mountain, like, you keep on taking pot shots at.
Amazing. I actually want to have a conversation.
Marshall, I'm sorry I had to comment on that, but I just don't like when
No, every conversation is just how funny it is. It really means a lot. I just want everybody to know. I'm like, that stuff rolls off my back. If Pierre wants to call me out like that,
Figure would be on the chair and try to be your favorite content.
Yeah, I mean, Pierre's a dirty, angry little nigger, and he can talk about us however he wants. It's fine.
Outline, not cool.
Stop.
You did the hardy. Alright, do it again. I just want to hear it one more time.
Nigger.
There you go.
Yep, there you go. Okay, so me talking about y'all eating mayonnaise now that
You can eat me. No. You called him mayonnaise. You're making fun of his skin color. Look, I'm somebody who does find it. Hold on. Yeah, what I said was racist. You know what I always found really funny about black people is there's one word you can say to them where they lose all impulse control, they lose all free will, and then they can just like act like a bunch of fakes and do whatever the fuck they want in response to you.
Hello? Hello, Andre.
How are you?
Well,
Fine, thanks.
Narjas, I like your PTR with the Daniel Nero necklace. It's awesome. So, Rabboni Shalom, it's been an exhausting day here in Megatron's Bible and Quran. We've heard it all yet again. The same characters reading the same scripts, the same lines, completely unaware that they're actually repeating themselves. And I just find it amazing, the level of toleration and the disregard for one's personal well-being by wasting an entire beautiful Sunday listening to a Lumi just basically filibuster, hypnosis, just whatever, no purpose, no goal, no syllabus, no framework, nothing. He claims he's already started on his notes and his organizing and all this, but I just say, to me, a book is worth so much compared to listening to somebody just, make these little micro statements. And at the end of the day, there was no meditation course.
How many years left do you have for house arrest? Is it like a lifetime sentence or?
No, I went for a jog today. I had a great day out in the sun. I gardened. I watered all my, growing flowers. And I just recorded, the entire day in multiple recording studios. That's the thing is, I don't want to listen to the people here anymore. I just want to record the people here. But I can also, I'm struggling to find the willpower to want to read a book. That to me is very difficult because it seems that the social aspect of communication is so much more desirable than the hard work of reading a book. And that is what's truly so, challenging about life, is that you have to do something with yourself, which is work. And that's a job. But coming here 7 days a week and calling that work, it's not work. It's just birds in a tree just going. That's it. That's all that's happening. Hello?
You can always go on YouTube and watch garbage AI werewolf romance stories. Those are great.
Yeah, just go for the Japanese cat videos.
What are you talking about? Werewolf AI? What do you think Clubhouse is? That's what Illumi is. He's just a werewolf person. He's a vampire type.
Oh, he's a real person. We've spent hours, both on cam on TikTok together. So
He is a real person, don't you worry. I think AI couldn't come up with the things he comes up with.
Mom's face, like, what, like, were you gonna lick it all over? Were you gonna lick it all over? I know your white ass wanted to.
No, I know. No, she was waiting for you to come home to lick it off for her. So.
What did you do? I didn't hear what you said.
She went to mass, she said, and I asked her if she had brunch. After church, and then me and my daughter went bike riding, and we went shopping, and then spent time with each other. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm actually recovering from like foodborne illness because I was eating with Baby's mom. And she cooked a white dish where she didn't season the chicken at all or cook it properly.
He's a Democrat. So like, why
No, like, you know who
yeah, who is your husband, Jay?
Yeah, I had diarrhea for the whole past week because I was cooking with Pepe's mom.
Oh shit, that's something different. You may want to go get that shit checked out.
Oh, you guys, Jay is Denver.
Anytime you're around a white bitch, you gotta like look at that shit. You gotta look at it.
I thought I recognized you, Jay. You're Adams's boo, right? You're his man, right?
Oh my God, does he know you're on here, Jay?
I know. It's weird to probably you just on here, not Adams. Where's Adams right now?
Are they probably Adams? Oh wait, you mean Adams?
No, yeah.
Oh my.
It's the next game.
Oh, I can't hear him.
Yes, very much so.
Goddamn, hey girl.
Well, Michael J, shut up there. Go ahead, Jay.
Right, wait, he's there. Adams is with him.
Oh, Adams is up.
Jay, I just know what you look like. You know,
Adams, are you coming back there?
I swear I heard Adams' voice, but maybe not.
No, I heard something back there. Adams.
that's awesome.
How's everything going, Jay?
Yeah, I'm doing like
Jay,
I'm
also
up.
is from Illinois.
My name is Joel.
Hey, Joel.
Oh, nice to meet you, Joe.
I don't think anybody asked you what your name was, motherfucker. Anybody asked you what the fuck your name was, nigga? My name is Joel. My name is Joel. Who the fuck asked you? Who the fuck asked you? My name is Joel. My name is Joel.
We got other minorities.
Yeah, there is a man that is lower. Okay, hold on, Pierre. Okay, Pierre, here's what you're missing, okay? We have somebody who's lower on the oppression totem pole. Okay, he's a nigger and he's a faggot. And his name is Adams. Okay, and he will come on here with his loud mic. Okay, can you please tell your husband, and please don't tell him that I call him a nigger faggot, but can you tell him that, you know, there is some business to do with Pierre. Pierre is being belligerent.
He getting bent over by a black man.
No, I don't know who's the top or the bottom. It's not my concern. It's not my concern.
So you get your ass getting bent over by a black man.
Not my concern.
Getting bent over by a black man.
I think Adams is the taker.
Michelle Pipes or Wendy?
Adams has one black parent.
I think one of his parents was Panamanian, and the Panamanian parent was black looking from what I remember seeing. And if a lot of you know, like a lot of they have an Afro Latino population in a nigga population. Yeah, exactly. Okay, amazing. And in Panama, and so like he is somebody who's black.
He is at home right now sleeping because he's sad. This is his second Mother's Day without a mother.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no, I did hear.
And why do we give a fuck? Why do we give a fuck?
Tell this fuck right now. You don't have to listen to this game, Jay.
I'm gonna filibuster. You guys, I'm gonna filibuster.
you dirty nigger. You were literally derailing. We were having a normal conversation, man, before. Okay, get this nigger to the goo. Get this nigger to the gulag. Okay, you gotta be quiet. You gotta get back to the conversation.
Can I just know why?
So he's allowed to call me a nigger, but I can't say anything.
Shut your nigger mouth, bitch.
You can read the house rules too, Pierre. I have some rules around that. That'll help you out, by the way. Go for it.
Can I just
So in your house,
Do this nigger. He won't shut up. He won't.
Pierre, why are you so angry at your mother?
Why? Yeah, because you're black. Oh my.
No, you just seem like you're
Yes, if you were angry.
Why are you riding my dick with no license?
Yeah, I have a topic.
Alright, let's get this going.
I don't know who you're talking to. This is the topic. Did Iran beat the U.S.? Did Iran beat the U.S.? I'm gonna make the claim. I'm gonna claim.
Can we make that the title, please, Mons?
No.
That beat about everything, right? That was a thing.
I mean, it's still Mother's Day for 30 minutes and wins. Let's understand her because you know that we will. So, in 30 minutes of MAGA Mama, and then
we can go into
you got a pre-gaming precursor to topic coming up in 30 minutes.
Yeah, my old ass is gonna be snoring about 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm always but here we go.
Me too, bro. I think that's like kind of sense.
I don't know how to tell you, but we redistricted the country, and the New York area doesn't control anymore. There was a redistricting that just happened, and now the middle of America is actually controlling the time zone on how we determine Mother's Day.
Oh, damn, well, we already know.
It's a redistricting. It went all the way to SCOTUS. They determined our time zone is Anne's time.
And that's exactly why I reject these systems.
But Pierre, you know what's been extremely racist is Father's Day because it makes men feel black men, you know.
MAGA mothers, though.
You know, it comes to hold on.
Mothers. We only had 27 more minutes of MAGA moms.
Okay, sure. Okay, inequality of outcomes, equals inequality. And so, because you have so many more black mothers as opposed to black fathers, you know, at the end of the day, that's racist. And you know what? Celebrating Father's Day is racist. Is we're holding black people to this European white, male standard, or we have to. It is so disgusting. I got about it. I got something to say something.
Well, actually, the term grandfather. Actually, Pepe, the term grandfather is considered now. You know that, right? We're not allowed to use the term grandfather anymore.
So we want Pepe to explain
When
to
you
us.
get bent over and another man gets in your ass, do you call him?
Okay, but Pierre, I know you're talking about very violent chimp sex rituals, okay, which we just we don't cover that stuff.
I wouldn't say like, yeah, Dad.
I understand you guys want to exert your dominance in very primitive ways. That's fine. You can do what you want. You can say ooh hoo ha 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 ha. Evolution is really not really improved.
More evidence is
all I'm asking is,
25
when
minutes.
you say,
5 minutes into MAGA mothers.
but you say, damn, Daddy.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is more chimp coke. I don't know.
Can you explain to the room why there are 3 numbers between 1 and 5 and 4 numbers between 5 and 7?
He had a nigga in his apple.
I'm not stuttering. I'm listening. I'm literally listening to somebody just like chimping out. I don't even know what to say. You get backed up in every fucking room you go in whenever you have to intellectually debate something. Like you never win. And you're just a loudmouth.
Let's talk about you say daddy. Since we're gonna do this, let's talk about Chad the Builder. I guess he got arrested. You see that, Pepe?
Yeah, I saw that. The thing is, though, is I get it because look, there is 2019 to I don't know 2021.
Can't even get his words together. You think
okay, goddamn.
Pierre, can you get to the staff normal for like a minute? Like I'm doing really well. You know I'm crazy.
Yeah, this is fucking retarded. Like,
I'm actually fucking behaving myself. If I can behave myself, you can behave.
Like, no, this is literally where, like, okay, people use the term bigger fatigue for a fucking reason.
I can behave. I already got
okay, there's a reason. It's called bigger fatigue for a fucking reason. Like, here you are, mostly in a person acting like a nigger more than anybody else. It's a black man. Amazing. Okay, can you put this shit in the goo?
Don't do the camera shit now. Like that. Don't start doing it.
No, you should put this chip in the goo. It's like you cannot talk while you're on the fucking stage.
We can since it's supposed to be MAGA mothers, we can put.
I want to answer your question, Matt. I want to answer your question regarding Chud the Builder.
But he hasn't answered me yet, Matt.
So Chud the Builder. Okay, he's somebody who.
Can you just shut the fuck up and learn, you fucking retards?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so Chud is somebody who originally he became viral because there were these two African American men that were parking in an emergency spot or something like that, and he's like, why are you guys parking there? And then he's pointing his camera kind of at himself and them. And he's like, am I on camera? And he's like, yeah, why? You don't like looking ugly? On camera? And then they're like, oh, what'd you say? And then he's just like, oh, what you gonna do? And he calls him the N-word, hard ER. And then it was kind of funny. Like, he's like, oh, look, they're tripping out. It was funny.
It took off from there. Right,
yeah, it took off from there, and it was funny.
But it's kind of.
But then it's just like, okay, you did it once, bro. It's okay. Some comedic value in what you did, but it's after that, it's just like, okay, so you're gonna go around and you're gonna call people the N-word, hard ER, and say that their freedom of speech is.
I'm saying you already said.
Okay, but then that you can say. Okay, but freedom of speech has to do more or less, whether or not the government can prosecute you. Now, okay, so I remember after October 7th, anti-Semitism, for example, was really high. And there was, I forget the name of this guy, he lived in Texas, and he was saying, like, I don't get it. You can't just go to a black neighborhood and just call people the N-word and not expect consequences, but you expect it with us. And one of the things, like, he was not realizing at the time, is just like, okay, when you have people with nothing to lose, or a higher proportion of people with nothing to lose in a specific community, and they likely are criminal, have low impulse control, are much more likely to react violently, yeah, you're going to be cautious with what you say around them. Kind of like how you're going to be cautious.
Isn't this all just common sense, Pepe? Aren't you actually describing what you've done for years on this app, which is just go around and say the N-word? N-word Tourette syndrome?
You're letting these retards go on that seriously.
You don't know about nothing.
Okay, I'm trying to land. Shut your fucking mouth, you fucking shit. Oh my god.
They did it bad.
Yeah, so obviously, okay, this is these fucking faggots screwed out already. Just make it short.
Go ahead.
So yes, you're going. Okay, there are certain population. Okay, let's juxtapose this with the Jews.
He can't even talk.
Oh my God. When it comes to when it comes to the Jews, for example, you look at a population that has, in general, a lot to lose. In comparison to the black population, which a much higher proportion of them have nothing to lose, especially in the ghetto. And so you're not going to go into their environment and disrespect them, because they're far more likely to react in a way that you would not like. Just like I would feel safer going into an upper class black neighborhood and insulting them than I would be going into like a lower class white neighborhood and insulting them, because the white class people, the lower class white people are much more likely to react violently.
We gonna kill you.
It's fucking common sense.
All right, big cool. Barry, you get a little time here.
Socioeconomics.
That's what you're talking about. Give you some time to speak. Go for it, man. You got like a minute or two, then we'll move off this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just because he has a gay accent and he's fucking white doesn't make this motherfucker Albert Einstein. This nigga just told us basic social economics. He's just talking about basic social economics. No, nigga, I don't give a fuck where you at. You got some black people talking the way you talking, they gonna bust your ass. Suburbs, the hood, wherever.
All right. Sweet and short, the way I like it, I guess people aren't interested in that particular event that we were just talking about, that bit. But, I don't know.
No, I'm talking about Nilo. That's what he's talking about.
Wait, who's Nilo? I don't know who Nilo is.
Nilo.
Oh, Nilo?
The weird gay guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Milo, whatever the fuck.
Apolophatus, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, the gay Jewish guy. He's got fucking, what is that? Macular degeneration. He's got macular degeneration. His eyes are fucking going cross-eyed. I can't see anymore, but yeah. It's like the Lord struck him down, bro. He's like, fuck you. Show your ass.
Should we get back to the topic or not? Because I was going to ask Abby about what she thinks about. I mean, we already had this a little bit, but the redistricting that's going on.
Can we get
60 minutes on it?
Shut the fuck up!
Did you see the 60 Minutes piece on this tonight in Louisiana?
Okay, I didn't hear that. What, the 60-minute piece?
60 Minutes did a piece on it tonight in Louisiana, and they interviewed the member of Congress that's going to lose his seat. And then they were just talking about the redistricting there and the lawsuit. But
you give a fuck because
wait, you kick me out of the fucking room. Hold on, God damn it, man. All right, guys. I can mod the goddamn ass up.
Pierre, are you not feeling well tonight? Is there something wrong? You got like some problem?
Why do we give a fuck? Because
Like, are you not well, Pierre? Something wrong?
black people aren't allowed to ask questions.
Are you black or are you Asian? I thought you were Asian. Anyway, so it's
ching chong ding dong.
it looks like, I mean, if it all goes through, it looks like we're looking at 6 to maybe 12 seats. Could be that much. As a pickup. I mean, if you just tally it.
Why the fuck do we care about that ass from the state?
Sorry, you're sad. Poor sad because you're Democrat.
Matt, I'll try to post a link to, I think that I can find it online. The Virginia one is really interesting.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the I can't have my chopper no more.
Pierre, you know what? You're gonna be alright. Just breathe. I learned how to breathe a long time ago when I remembered that. I realized that my life was a lot easier. Breathe.
is it like a genuine conversation?
Who's asking? Vegeta, why don't you sit your ass the fuck down? You're asking the goddamn room. How about that?
Yeah. I mean, I just want to have like a real conversation.
I don't want to have a real conversation.
We could have a real conversation, but y'all ain't gonna be serious.
Hey, baby, no one can fucking hear you, and I am glad we can, because you can't do it. Yeah, we can't hear that. Yeah, we can't hear shit.
I mean, if you want to crash out, that's why we can't hear it.
I'm glad the Republicans finally fucking grew a fucking spine, because this is the game the Democrats have been fucking playing for how many decades now? These motherfuckers have been running around, redistricting all of these fucking coastal states, and all of a sudden, Republicans start doing the same shit, and oh my god, look at what they're doing, this is our country. Shut the fuck up. I lived in a fucking state for 9 years where 40% of the state votes fucking Republican every fucking election cycle, and these motherfuckers never had any fucking Republican representation. You wanna know why? Because Democrats were running around with the crayons, and you know what happens when you let the retards run with the crayons. Please, learn, children. Don't run with them. They end up in your nose, like Democrats. It's true. I mean, they were dominating from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and 90s when gerrymandering the Democrats were. And we flipped the script in 2010. Now they're pissed the fuck off, and so I'm glad that they're looking up, for the country.
Black people originally voted Republican, by the way.
That's true. Actually, that's a fact. I actually looked that up a little bit more. You are right. From I don't know what that is. From back late 1800s to a certain amount of time, like 1930, then it stopped for a little bit, and then,
It was the party of Lincoln, Matt.
No, I got that. They voted the Republican Party. When I was looking that up, it was interesting to see where it stopped, and now but the modern day, Democrats have just gone totally bonkers. I don't know what happened to them, but Pierre, what do you say to that?
Democratic Party, that's your party. It's the party for the gays. So all of your rights are
With this shit up here.
Your party. I mean, it's a party for you. They're gonna support anything and everything that you do.
So wait, what are you talking about? The gays and who? Who are you talking about right now here? Which party?
So the gays are going to. I mean, the Democrats are going to pass bills that work for the gay community, for the Jewish community, everything except
they're not doing anything for the Jewish community.
It's called the Democratic Party anti-black.
But look at the northeast of the country and tell me how many Republican. Wait, hold on, this dude Matt, can you mute him for a sec? Tell me how many Republican.
Adams in 20 years.
Tell me how many Republican representatives there are. No, dude, shut up. How many Republican representatives are there out of Congress and Senate in the northeastern part of the country? No, buddy. Yeah, I think you should be muted. I think you should. It's Mother's fucking Day, and you should be muted. And explain that one. I'm gonna interrupt you. No, you called. No, I'm gonna interrupt you. And you're disparaging.
You're literally doing the Karen
So to answer the question, Matt, how many representatives in Congress in the northeastern part of the country? How many representatives in the northeastern part of the country are Republicans?
Okay, this is a discussion between Pierre and I. Actually, I just lost my place. Hold on here. Fuck. Am I still here on this?
There are zero representatients from New England that are Republican. Did you hear the point I made, Matt? There are zero representatives.
Hold on. Let me just have a conversation with Pierre. Just hold on. I'll let you come in. Pierre, are you for the redistricting or not? That's what I was mainly asking you. I don't know what you're doing. You're talking about gays.
They don't know.
Pierre, are you there or no? No, I just
what state?
Just anything. I don't know. I didn't even know what your stance is. That's what I was asking you about redistricting.
No, redistricting of
a black conservative. He's anti-Trump.
Like redistricting. Right, so like how they're moving.
I was stating his position. All right. No, it's not. It's shit talking.
Okay, guys. I'm talking to Matt. You fucking crackers. Yeah, dude. He's talking like that. What the fuck are y'all watching? When I'm talking to Matt. He really comes out. Y'all motherfuckers is cracking. I'm like, y'all don't do that mayonnaise shit with me, nigga. Okay, check this out. The cracker up here is talking here. Alright, yeah, I'm talking to the cracker up there. Yes, Lord. Yes, yeah. Okay, so you know I'm not talking to none of these other crackers. I'm talking to you. But they're gonna move you. You know, you gotta be quiet. Okay, come on. What is so? Do y'all know what's going on? What we're talking about a little bit here.
I, for one, personally think Pierre is a great addition to this room. We need more gay black representation.
I was trying to respond to Matt, but crackers are talking over me. So am I allowed to speak, or are crackers gonna talk over me? Let me know. Matt, I'm trying to reply to your question, but there's other crackers getting in the way. I'm moving them down. Go ahead. All right. So in my state, I saw that they rezoned fucking districts and zoning lines and all that shit for specific votes in like in particular.
You don't know what zoning means.
All right, and another cracker talking over me. Go ahead.
Silence yourself, cracker!
Zoning has nothing to do with redistricting for voting.
You have a conversation. You have a conversation, cracker bitch. You have a conversation.
Dumbass, zoning has nothing to do with redistricting for voting.
It's fine.
It's like an idiot. What does zoning have to do with it?
Why y'all not gonna let him finish though? Pierre sounds like you went to the Lyric Center. Nah, that's what
You mean they redistrict? And y'all acting like little fucking kids. Let him finish his thought.
Talking to a woman like that, this fucking dumb peasant.
This is evil opportunity.
We're just correcting that zoning has nothing to do with voting.
This
is dumb.
You meant to say that they were redistricting.
Right. Let them land and we can correct them afterwards. They got a point there. Okay, go ahead. Pierre, do you want to finish your submission or not? If not, we'll lose. I'm not talking to no more crackers. Alright,
Matt, it's better that he stays quiet. Trust me, bro.
Going back to answer to Pop's comment and to answer, out of all of New England, and I put it in the chat, there is one senator then there's no one in the House. There's not one representative in the House from all the states in New England that is Republican, and there is one senator from Maine who is up for re-election. But essentially, so to his point, to the Republicans that live in all of New England, who represents them in the House?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He said he's like,
I told you guys, he's tore up. He's tore up every time he comes on stage.
This is after your Lyric Center. Sorry, not Lyric fucking center. Fucking education.
Yeah, so this white bitch just like made us all be quiet for what? What the fuck did she do?
Fucking correct your misinformation.
Yes, for educational purposes.
I responded to what Pop was saying.
Hi, Pierre. Can I draw your attention to my PTR? Pierre, I'm wondering why in all of your PTR photos are you doing the OK hand sign? Are you like a black stormtrooper or something? Why do you do the OK hand sign over and over again? Oh, Dr. Adams is here. Thank God. Your counterpart is here. Your clone has arrived. The gay token black man has arrived.
You're a Red Lodge member. Like, you're the last one to be talking about someone's fraternity.
I'm a Red Lodge member. What the fuck is a Red Lodge member? What's a Red Lodge? The first day I heard you on this app, you were talking about how you had to get the bus camera footage because you were attacking and abusing young girls on a bus and you couldn't get prosecuted because you got the bus footage. So I don't know all these dispersions that you say I'm like a Red Lodge member. Maybe it's I read books and such. I'm in a book club. I pick up a book and I read a book and then I come on Clubhouse and I just laugh at how stupid you are. Hello?
Faggot shit in your lifetime. Being a part of a faggot fraternity. Black fraternities of all fucking time. Oh, shut the fuck up, man. Don't hear shit about
Do they have hazing in black fraternities? Do they haze in black fraternities?
They whip them with a
How do they haze them?
They whip them with a belt. You ask a question like a little white bitch. Yeah, that's
what. Did they haze you? Were you hazed?
No, I don't fucking know. You asking white people questions. I'm a little deep.
No,
Pierre, you actually make Dr. Adams look good. I just got to say, Pierre, you make Dr. Adams actually look great. Dr. Adams is so successful compared to you, Pierre. It's unbelievable.
They're Eastern Stars, so whatever they do.
You said you were in a black fraternity. Did you have hazing when you joined?
They do the same shit that you do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're a damn Eastern Star.
Eastern Star, Riabia. Ain't nobody in the cult. Ain't nobody in the craft up in here, Dr. Riabia. Dr. Riabia, try going to the gym and do something with yourself. I mean, come on, Riabia. You got an extra 50 pounds you got to lose on that big old belly gut you got, Riabia. Maybe try a new update to the name from Riabia to like Kevin, your name, or like Steve, or whatever the fuck your name is, Dr. Riabia.
Fuck, I can do everything, motherfucker. You do?
Okay, Dr. Riabia. He's a tough guy. This is a UFC superstar we got here on here. A Jew hater extraordinaire. Go ahead, Riabia. Tell us your worldview. Who is in control of everything? Eastern Star. Every man and every woman is a star. Do you read books, Riabia? Do you read any books? You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy.
Alright. Anybody got a topic? Like, I'll let someone else just pick a topic, or are we just crashing out? I don't know what's going on around here.
Like, you wanted to crash out, I guess.
Talk about that dick that's in Pepe ass. Alright. That's not really a topic, I don't think. So, you had one.
One of my PTR?
Yeah. You wanted to talk about the war, right?
So,
yeah. I remember you over redistricting. We're not talking about that.
We've talked about it a lot. Excited. So, Matt, topic.
I love it.
It's about to fall. I heard that I heard Cuba's
about to fall.
Well,
no, I don't have any information to prove that's true, but my name is Mountain Mouth.
Okay, bro. I'm just saying, man, they don't have any oil left and they're making negotiations. Well, they're talking to us at least. I mean, I think that it's probably what we want to do is probably normalize relations and get rid of the Castro regime or any loyalists, but I mean,
yeah, guys, like it's probably we have to like get rid of the negotiations and like suddenly get rid of the regime. Like, all right, shut your white ass.
So can you do a public service announcement? The account is on the stage. That if you click on it, it will freeze you. And yeah, but everyone just none of us have to agree on stuff, but on that one we all have to agree on.
It's like it's not happening.
Has Michael Bronstein ever said anything intelligent on Clubhouse ever once? Like, Michael, when did you get hit by the donkey in the back of the head? What happened to you, Michael?
Oh. All right, I brought my Pitbull Joe as a moderator. You guys heard this pain.
Oh, Joe.
Are you a butt fucker also? Are you a butt fucker also?
So I have a couple things. So one,
Dima, do you want to respond to my question that I had about all of New England and how you feel about that?
And we're going to talk politics.
I don't know what question it was.
Bima, you had a topic for us about an hour ago.
Yes.
Did you
I'm giving you the stage. You're going to lead us with a topic. We're going to talk up here politics now, and I'm going to mod this stage, all right?
Oh, thank you, Joe. So there's a couple things. I'm going to offer 3 topics. One pretty controversial. I'm going to say the topic, just title, Did Iran Win? I am going to make the claim that at this point, I think I've seen enough to say they've done what they needed to do to outlast strategically, like endurance-wise, the U.S., and everything that the U.S. has tried to accomplish, it has not been successful. So I'm going to make that claim. But before we get on that, because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of viewers out, two other things. One, there was an update to the North Korean Constitution. Jim Jong-un, thank you. He's freaking out over there. He wants to be involved so bad. He's so sad that he's just changed the Constitution that if the leader gets assassinated, there shall be an immediate nuclear bomb. So I'd like to talk about whoever's unmuted. The feedback is killing me. You know my brain can't do that. If you could just mute up.
It's Bow Wow. Don't click on his profile.
So the question is, how would we handle something like that? I mean, I think he pretty much just put himself and his country into. I'll let you guys discuss that, because now how will we handle? Right, I'll leave that open to you guys. Right. And then the third topic, real quick, is just the hantavirus thing. We know that we had this cruise. The cruise is going on. Some guy dies on the cruise. He gets off. He dies on the cruise, 70-year-old man. He gets off the cruise with his wife. They don't test him for anything specific. He's now, the wife is traveling through the airports. She ends up getting taken off a plane, and then she dies in an airport. They still don't test for anything. Then another guy, a British guy, he ends up dying. So now they test it. Okay, now he has hantavirus. Now they figure, oh wow, we have hantavirus, Andy strain, human-to-human transmission. Interesting. 47 people had gotten off at this one point where they had gotten off. So now we have a bunch of people just flying around the country or flying around the world, going, whatever. We have one now positive American that has tested positive for hantavirus, and it seems that it was from the Dutch cruise ship, the Hondius, and so this is interesting because a lot of people are talking about, this whole thing. So that's something else that we could talk about. And those are the 3 topics. Thank you.
I just want to say, when it comes to the hantavirus, it's interesting. So like, hold on. That is something that
you can bring up the aliens.
He's a fucking mod, bro. Chill out.
He's talking.
I'll let you talk next. I just want to kind of set the ground rules. Look, those are great topics. Let's try and pass the mic after making one point. Let's not pancake. So Pepe wants to talk about the hantavirus. Go ahead, Pepe. What you got on the hantavirus?
Virus. So that is something that when I was in middle school, so my dad worked for the federal government, and we would have to go to different parts of the country, and then.
Aren't you supposed to make a point and then pass the mic?
Amazing. So when it came to the Four Corners region, which is Navajo country, the hantavirus, that was something that was happening. People were just dropping dead while they were driving in their cars, all kinds of weird shit. That is something that you still, if you look at the communicable disease reports here in Arizona, the hantavirus is something that you still get every year. There's several people who will get diagnosed with it. Now, this is something similar. I mean, it is a hantavirus, but it's a little bit different, I guess. That it's not quite the same as the one that you would get here, but I don't think that it's from everything I've heard, it's not something that is easily, it's more transmissible.
Yeah, Democrat and like administration, they would probably try to lock us down and overblow us, but
Amazing.
it's not going to happen like that, bro.
Amazing. So it is not.
Is this the Pepe show? Can you like make a point and then just go on mute and pass the mic?
Shut your goddamn
So look, let me help you out.
Shut the fuck up.
We're just trying to make points and pass the mic. So look, the hantavirus is rather largely overblown. If you look at the past years, there's been more cases of the hantavirus than what we've had so far. It's rather just a media hype.
Yeah. So real quick, did I hear that there's a version of it that seems to be airborne?
No. It's still not airborne. Yeah. And so, it generally, so when it came to like field mice in Arizona, that's how when if you came into contact with like the mice droppings, that kind of shit, that's how you would get it.
Right.
It was kind of hard to catch it, so only a few people would. And of course, it is like a horrible illness. But this, I guess, it was there's a variant of it in South America where bird watchers, there was a bird watcher basically.
He was by a landfill. He was by a landfill.
Yeah, it was in a landfill. It was actually in a fucking landfill. Pictures of a bird. Yeah, endangered bird.
Why did they name bird watching by a dump?
Because where they congregate.
Yeah, I don't know.
They congregate by the landfill picking up resources.
Really? Oh yeah, they want to try to,
And then they were stepping over rats or dead rats with droppings, and then like they apparently inhaled certain contaminants from the actual fucking droppings itself.
Piss or shit, yeah, it's the piss or shit.
Okay, at least when it comes to epidemiologists, with here in Arizona, where hantavirus, this is the state that most affected by it, at least in North America. Going on a few decades, it's not something that's easily transmissible.
Right, it's really transmissible, but once you catch it, there's a 40% survival rate apparently.
Yeah, it's a horrible illness to be. To catch it, but it was not.
Look, they have tracked patient zero to. They did visit an Argentina dump where rats were present. They've been
bird watching or something.
Yeah,
so that's what we're talking about there.
Ornithologists or whatever their nomenclature, what they are, their hobby practice is he's an ornithologist or whatever. He studied birds. Yeah, he was. That's right. But no, 40% survival rate. It's really transferred. It barely is able to go from human to human if it jumps. So they're thinking that maybe possibly rat droppings itself or contaminants or rat droppings entered the actual ship, and it's like touched other people. People were able to smell it and somehow got airborne. But it's like there was another epidemiologist came on TV and basically said you guys basically have to have almost like anal sex essentially to transfer the fucking hantavirus like that. It's very, 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 very rare.
Well, I'm not sure if that makes sense though, because when they're talking about it, they said that there's like something like 40 to 50 different strains or species of it, or however you want to say it. And this one specific type, this Andes version, is spread person. So if it variants. So if it spreads person to person, right, and you have direct physical contact, or however they're saying, all you got to do is be in close quarters. I mean, we're talking, we've now had a person that has been positive, that's been on the ship, that's now in the United States, and they've tested positive. They're this is a lot of whatever. So, I mean, I'm going to challenge to say that the Andes version specifically, I do think it's airborne. Not like the measles type airborne, but I'm saying that all it requires is for a person to be close contact with a soul.
So then that's okay, but that's not
on the winds, like
right. Right, but that's not the structure because they were all Isn't it how Jane Hackman died? Isn't that how Jane Hackman, his wife died?
Getting those droplets, yes. It's aerosol. And research it like that. Research it in a certain type of, what do they call that fucking?
all learned this stuff during COVID.
Yeah, not outdoor, but the Andes mountain, like rats have certain trends, like it's weird. Yeah.
Don't you think though? Do you believe that like I mean not to bring conspiratorial kind of crap, but like don't you think the media kind of is also a job to bring dramatization and and now everybody's just latched onto it.
They were trying to do what the measles, remember? They were trying to do what the measles, with RFK.
I started to use that. That was the one that
that was hepatitis A.
They're talking about
like it's finally so time here. The sun's beautiful maybe in the street. He's walking and the sun is in his face and he's like breaking this one next to home and he's like has like like he looks dead, looks fit, like his dad, and then whatever, like I was like, and
So how many people got FEMA got on the boat before it was detected? There was a point when the wife and the dead man, I don't know how to refer to it, like they got off and 47 other people got off during that point. And so they went to wherever, all different places. No, in some other, I think it was off of Cape Verde. When they were going, weren't they going to the Canaries? Just once.
So having seen that it's rodents, the most likely
Yes, that's what it is.
would be the rodents got into the food and people ingested it.
Say this again.
So if you have rats on the boat, and the rats are on the boat and they have this virus, and then they're laying droplets and urine, and they're also seizing on bread and stuff like that. So people aren't properly checking, the food products, and people are ingesting it. That would be a
In real life? So let me just interject real quick. Look, the CDC reports there's been no outbreaks in America from the Andes strain of hantavirus right now.
Really
So that's kind of understand. They're on this ship, and the ship then goes from South America, crosses the Atlantic, and it makes me feel and ends up in the Canary Islands. So it crosses the Atlantic down. Where did it cross over, and did it make any stops? Do you know what I'm saying?
And then you got rats that are stowaways on the food and stuff like that, or you can transmit it their urine and feces onto the food.
So where did they do the crossing? They started in Argentina, right? And then they crossed over, but then they had to. Did they stop at any ports before they got to They stopped at St. Helena. That's where they stopped at St. Helena. That's where the wife and the guy and the other people
they got off there. The wife died. There was she had already taken a full flight to a connecting flight. She got all the way to Johannesburg. That's where she died. The British passenger evacuated to South Africa. I think he had got home at that same point. And then that's when a German died on board. That. So yeah, so it went to the island, following what you're saying. So it stops in the island. Then it goes to South Africa. There, that's what you're saying. Yeah, I did go anywhere else in Africa before I went to the Canary Islands. It's a long journey.
Did somebody call them?
I think there was. I don't think that there was any offboarding of people. I'm not sure, but I know that there was supposed to be Argentina, and then there were stops in Antarctica, South Georgia, so those were the the route.
I go to I look at the table and all these young women are like wearing dresses and they're all
This is why walking through
to follow proper sanitation and quarantine protocols, through the whole process, from initially how it presented itself, and then what protocols they followed, they definitely would have liability. And they should have been able to see foreseeable harm, did they properly inform the passengers of the outbreak? You can go through the whole analysis of that. I mean, even if it came onto the boat and it wasn't their fault, there still are protocols when there's an outbreak.
too. I think they're pretty liable for that. It's different than like people just.
Oh wow!
But there's maritime law.
I'm just seeing this pause.
Not to get
It's
into it.
amazing.
No, so the big one is making sure that what you said. It was such a large gap before they actually tested the coronavirus. So I got the whole system started. It started off in Argentina. So they caught it from Argentina. Now it's April 4th, 4th through 7th. They get to South Dakota stuff. That's the first day to stop down from Argentina. Then they get April 13th to 16th. Okay, they get to Kahuna area, and they let's see, and Nightingale Island. And from there, one crew member is above 6 Jesse and from there, according to the table, the operator's table of the ship. Now, what was the period of when they were, so the period was, let's see, the first patient died on board on April 11th. Okay, so keep that in mind. The first patient died on board, the civilian died on April 11th. So let's go back. You said on the 13th. So April 4th between one. Right. So from April 4th to 7th, they were, that was the first up. Then April, so April 13th to 16th, they stopped at the Kahuna area. Stop for a second before you go on. You said there was a right. Yeah, they're knowledge on the 11th. And they did a test. They actually, there was a video of the captain speaking to everybody and saying, unfortunately, died from natural causes or something like that. Like, they had no idea. So, the first time, so then the first time they found out that it was until April 27th when the British was evacuated. And they tested him then, all the way April 27th. So the first guy died April 11th. Going about the series, like, well, I want you to decide what this is. So the guys on the 11th, they just keep the body on board, do they, evacuate the body? Yes, the body kept on board until they got off to April 24th at St. Helena. So from April 11th to April 24th, the guy died April 11th. They took the body on April 24th at St. Helena. Then sure is long enough. I'm not reading. I'm reading a bunch of articles telling that even that. So see, hold on. You're not reading the whole thing. I don't care. So why don't you guys
I still do. I'm wearing skating shoes for annual.
You don't skate, you just wear the shoes.
Oh yeah, what's called? So it gets to a point where you get like really tired of getting hurt. Like I don't mean like I was like doing little shit. I was jumping stairs and shit.
I just want to say that as a bald man, you never see bald men complaining about like the discrimination that bald people suffer at the hands of women, employers, neighbors, people on the internet. Like you never see bald people, claiming that there is this disenfranchisement. Well, I'm just trying to come up with new things to complain about to compete with all the other complainers. That's what I'm saying.
Can you share a picture where you're not wearing a hat so we can see your bald head?
He's bald.
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, but I want to see it. There's no picture of him with a bald head. It's just him with hat on.
There was a dimple on the apex of his skull. He's good.
I want to see him. Show your bald head. That is so hot. Yeah,
Hey, this is true, right? If you're not bald by like 35, then you're not gonna go bald, right?
No, you're supposed to go bald.
I mean, well, yeah, like, I don't care about
head looks like.
Yeah, can you look at this picture on PTR? Diane?
Do you think bald heads look like big penises?
No. Yeah.
Really?
I don't know why Narcissus photos with Lumi fucking enrage me.
Because you're jealous. But
I am part of that. Don't tell her.
never hold a dominant position like that.
Okay, PTR. PTR, Zabu.
Okay.
Look at the bald head and we.
You don't need to keep wearing hats, you know.
I know, but it's just like style. I like to be more fashionable.
You're a good-looking guy, John Kitover.
Yeah, you look good. And why do you have such good skin?
I think it's the radiation from all the cell phones. No, I actually lay usually about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock when the sun is like peaking in my living room. I turn on Clubhouse, I pour myself a beer mosa and lay in the sun butt naked and tan my butthole.
Oh my god, is your butthole hairy?
Yes, but I trim it and I shave it and keep it nice. Nice. No, listen. It takes time to groom. If you're working hard, huh?
Do you bleach your asshole?
No.
Oh, he's not gay. He's just a metrosexual.
I'm just seeing how far it goes, you know?
I'm not metrosexual. I'm just a human being
Yes, you are.
who has some like higher level standards.
You're very good life as a very
Even his nails are very clean. Like,
honestly the nails.
Like, I wonder if he ever gets a manicure or he just.
He's gonna look at the props he uses on his pictures.
Like, his nails are so clean. Like, it's
he's a privileged Jew, I would expect. John, can you?
I'm not Jewish and I'm not privileged. You're talking about I'm fucking bankrupt.
And you're not the rest. What a crazy combination.
John, can you put on the freaking the one with the septum and the filtering if you don't mind?
Oh yeah.
The one he buys something like Amazon. Yeah, but he's a snake. Like he buys these fake props and stuff. Look at the freaking snake in this present picture. Just look at that.
If you want to see.
Hey John, what do you think would happen if you ever got a girlfriend, took her home, and she saw those phones? What do you think she would do?
It would be so much fun. Oh my god, I would put on a show.
Well, this room could be considered like a podcast studio, but when you go down into my yoga room and you see the tripods and the cameras, that's when they think I'm up to something, some OnlyFans sneaky shit. That's when they panic attack.
Yikes.
You do yoga as well?
Yeah, I do yoga on video for all the world to see.
Okay, so there's 2 pictures I want to see. One with you
Hot
degrees that
Yeah,
you're talking about. And 2, I want to see you doing yoga. So send me some evidence of you doing yoga.
Can you send it to a section bring and I'm watching one? The one you buy off of
You want me to go to my jewelry box and get it?
Yeah.
She's pissed. And you can't even find them because they have so many videos up. You'll never be able to find them. Okay,
Why are you picking your nose in this video?
Sometimes I pick my nose live on camera. I just,
Why?
Sometimes I don't even put a shirt on.
Which video is that? I don't see it. I mean,
Well, I try to put a shot now because I'm running for political office, and what kind of a politician films himself without a shirt on YouTube?
you're right. That's fine.
Your head is the kind of bald that is like so smooth.
Shiny.
Like, how do you do that?
It's the sun. And plus I shave, so like every time you shave, you're taking off a little bit of skin.
Do you shave with a straight blade?
Well, like a triple blade.
Okay.
You know, on a class of John Kitover candidate. What the fuck, John?
So, are you more fit now?
Am I what?
Are you more fit now than you were 2 months ago?
I don't know. I mean, I work out pretty much daily.
Nice. I'm just looking at your videos.
He only works out his right hand.
No, I got a vibrator for that.
Sham, I actually don't know what you're talking about. Explain.
Okay.
John, if somebody wanted to vote
Oh my
for
god,
you
I
for
love
office,
this pepperoni.
what do you think?
This
Like, do you think somebody would vote for you?
I had over 100 people vote for me for Congress.
And they saw all those phones. Like, you don't think that gives them like Hitler vibes or like stalker or like some weird vibes?
Well, no, because if you look at what AOC does, I'm actually just doing what everybody else does. But people criticize people that do things.
AOC doesn't have 200 phones streaming at
She's
once.
such a little slut when it comes to her own fucking Instagram.
Yeah.
She like fucking puts on these like cutesy faces when she does her Instagram lives. She's like, look at me. Like I'm pouting at the camera. It's just so...
That's what I'm saying. Like, I shouldn't have anything to fear, and anybody that judges me is a hypocrite because all you have to do is realize, like, how are we going to let AOC rule us? How, as a country, would we let that psychopath lead us, rule us? She's like a crazy person. Hello?
Anyways,
He's gonna be president, you know that, right?
yeah. I like your pepperoni t-shirt. I think you should wear that more often. And I'm still waiting for you to show me yoga.
It would be great if we could go live. Well, you want to join my YouTube live or my TikTok live, and then we'll just do a yoga session?
No, I just want to watch you do it.
He's trying to have fun.
No. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Videos are like 11 hours long, some of them.
I love your t-shirts that you
Daily.
Oh my god. Yeah, I found the yoga video.
You did? Send it to me. Oh my god, did it? Yes.
They short them, man.
Yeah, maybe just type in John Kitover does yoga, spreads his legs to where his balls are like fully exposed.
That's what I'm looking for.
John Kitover yoga. Okay, well, I found a good one.
Yeah, I can't with some moves.
Oh my god, you're actually doing yoga.
He's actually doing yoga, yeah.
Oh yeah, look at him do. Good
We used to
job.
subscribe to his OnlyFans. You see him doing like this is yoga, man.
Is this the OnlyFans?
Hey John, have you started your OnlyFans? That's what wants to know.
You have something on your pants though.
This is amazing.
He's doing such a good job.
He's doing great. The expressions on his face, bro.
His balance is phenomenal.
It's really good.
Yeah, that's a fucking awesome crotch shot right up in there.
Yoga is life. I express joy through yoga. See, yoga is actually, is this still called the Gnostic room? See, yoga is actually gnosis because when you actually log off of Clubhouse.
Do you want to do a guest lecture in my philosophy of yoga class?
Sure. What I'm just saying is, like, when you do yoga, like, because on Clubhouse you're talking and you're listening, but when you're doing yoga, you're just breathing and looking at the sky or looking at your hand, and so it's basically like you stop thinking and you're more just kind of focused on the balance, the breath, and it's no longer like academic or intellectual, and so you're just in the moment of the now, which is the gnosis.
Why are you single? I don't understand.
I don't know. I think it's because of my social media presence, to tell you the truth. That's probably the reason why.
Well, you seem kind of fine, so good for you. I probably don't agree with your politics, but you seem like
Well, you may not agree with my politics, but we can agree on certain things, I'm sure.
Yes. And that's what it should be.
Have you seen his Namaskara?
No.
See this video he's done. It's really good. He keeps the pose for so long.
This one that you posted in the chat.
No. He just
Oh, this new one.
Not the shorts one. The very first one.
Look at these shorts. Oh my god.
Shorts, yeah. Look at the Namaskara, the first one he posted.
Look at these tattoos also. So not this
He holds his Namaskar pretty long, his Namaskara.
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah.
Okay, this is Yoga by Joe. This is an egg roll.
You can sure breathe through the
Page your PTR. You know what? I'm gonna make it one.
Okay, man.
But me holding you in a chair.
That's not appropriate.
I'm making it right now.
Damn, that's You'll get banned. Yeah, you will. Stop.
The thing
If I get banned, she gets banned. What do you mean?
CM likes, I mean, not CM, Ilu, Mikael likes the stuff. But I don't like to be.
So do you.
Fuck no, I'm a dominatrix.
I don't think so.
Such a dom. What are you talking about?
What's wrong?
I would dominate. I guess.
No, bro. What's wrong with you?
100%.
My ass. Oh, my dead body.
Just wait till I finish.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yo, you can ask my ex-girlfriends. Yeah, Dr. Z, I was joking, by the way.
Oh my god, I forgot Sam's crush on Dr. Z.
Yeah, that's more likely.
Yeah,
It's more
plastic
him
crush.
having a crush on Dr. Z is more likely than him ever being a dom.
Dude, he's had this crush on
Dr. Z
for the
would
longest time.
dominate him so hard.
So much.
Same, she would yell at him all the time.
Tell us the signs of the girl now. Who's dogging my dog now? Which volcano are they sitting in? Which one? No.
Oh my god, it would be like, pick up your clothes.
I do like your hair. Cut it down. Shut up and sit down and listen to me now. She's doing that to me, man, nowadays. She's saying, you shut up and keep quiet.
So
I'll tell you.
She's gonna tell you to be.
How many I love you messages I had to send to Dr. Z? Oh, that's
You're wasting your time.
Bro, I've known Dr. Z for like 5 years now.
Yeah, but she isn't offering you the same
courtesy.
He doesn't, but that's because she's like that. And I'm not.
Yeah, but she
I mean,
sounds
I do close lines with her, obviously.
Yeah, but she
Is
seems
she married?
She seems mean. Huh?
She is.
She seems mean.
yeah,
She can be mean.
she is cute.
Seems like.
So can you.
Yeah. No, not a lot.
Me?
No, Kimmy's so mean. What are you
She
talking
reminds me of a little puppy.
She is mean, but like
But she has cute physics.
cute and small.
It's like, you know how like a little child, like, obviously to me like
Because we have no other choice. And I think we are strong enough to take care of ourselves, and if need, we even stronger. We are modern people, good science and technology. I think we have the average inferior. I wouldn't like to say that, but I think it's fighting. Girls, they are.
How do you see the role of the superpowers in the Middle East, of Russia in particular? Do
He
you
has
think
that.
Russia
He
wants
has the
more
war. He has the microwave.
always support the Arabs if the Arabs sign
Is that the government?
No, not really. I think that Russia wants.
Everybody understands everyone has science thing.
Imagine you're cutting and pasting verses of the Quran.
We did that video and it got him.
Saying like how the microwave utilizes waves. There are messages across those videos. But she's also, we don't have enough she's telling me about the job. And these are Dolan she doesn't want to have before she writes science and arts background. But they say that these people are people who are living in these caves and they are such a time travel.
Standing right up. Show me how big he is. You'll lean right back. And use that palm as a spring, and you'll come forward.
And this whole thing is
And tell you what you can see.
time.
No, stop. Come on, come
And
down.
this
And
monkey
go
is
down.
dormant at the moment.
He'll come down.
And when it's erupted,
And that is the end of the conflict.
people will rise and come out. And what if they get charred or burnt? Like, how are they going to face lava? And have you figured that what that out?
Don't. You have to have a rule about it. So we can do something very serious in the title about volcanoes in the Quran or something.
Bro, at one time, Mahdi and her, you
Oh,
said, really close, back and forth, right? Then Mahdi started to sort of use a couple of scientific references when he was talking. Dr. Z very frantically texted me on my phone and said, Agnes, what is he doing? And I said, what? He's waddling. She's like, no, what is he doing? I said, what? He's using science like me. I'm like, I don't appreciate this. This could be a copy. This is very much possible that you'll copy my output.
Yeah. So they both
Then we
fighting.
Functionally, no, it's unheard of. I mean, you can't walk in and think that this is. So if somebody's sitting right there, man, they got payroll coming up in 8 days. They just don't. It's unheard of. You know,
Yeah, so I told Dr. Z, listen,
lonely.
because this is looking very small. She said, I said, next I can imagine she was dead quiet. And he said, oh, Dr. Z is amongst us, his yoga in the 100 years old. So let me hit life. And she's like, yeah, do you have any more explanations? Now the new baby is science. It's a very finding that you were
Are you sure you want to
Knowingly condone or accept someone taking away their entire life savings. I'm sure he is getting that guy started. Good luck.
I mean, with me, the eating was like somehow we feeling going on. She's not anything. She has her moments where she's like, let's go, like.
I make lawyers more rich.
AI slap sucks.
Giving it all to the friggin' men. Oh, we women, what can we do? Can we even be prophets? I figure my question was like 124,000 men.
People think this is just a
They're wrong. Like I was quite academically like laying out my premise, so as to say that these are influenced by at the time men were the rulers, right? Prior to this was the matrimonial system, whatever. So the goddesses were frequent. It stopped as I'm positing a point like that. Yeah, Dr. Z come out and talk about you. Dr. Z's explanation was no, like the prophethood is a very hard job. Not all women can do it. Women have to take care of it. Women have to do it. Okay, so you can grant some part of it, right? Like he has to travel, he has to fight wars, etc. But doesn't have to fight wars. Do you not agree with me? Like Buddha never fought a war. He too can be considered like a spiritual leader, right? Who changed the planet of people.
Why not the 125,000 prophets?
No, I don't think Buddha is included in that list.
Yeah. I mean, it's unnamed, right?
It's unnamed, yeah, it could be. Because he's also introducing the Eightfold Path, right? And the Four Noble Truths. Yeah, these are pretty much in sync with like Islamic. Yes. And even like amongst the women, I think like Mary could definitely have been like one of the prophets.
7 families, 7 emirates, 1 country. Let me explain how this country operates. It's a federation. Each emirate has its own ruler, their own laws, their own personality, but they all work together as one. Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the capital, the oil, the wealth, long-term thinking, 7 families, 7 emirates, 1 country. Let me explain how this country operates. It's a federation. Each emirate has its own ruler, their own laws, their own personality, but they all work together as one. Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Mohammed.
We're looking at Oscar, the first human modular prototype that is able to do the very same. What's going to happen is that I'm going to connect the brain to the heart module to activate the blood circulation. Now, the blood is going to start moving.
Madam, what is this with the whole no female can be problem? Remind me what was for Buddha everything is okay, right? Just like everything else. Buddha's stance, like what was Buddha's stance? Freedom from attachment is liberation, etc. Then he goes to the eightfold path by saying that women and all of that, Yeah, but I don't think
So one of the weapons that Israel uses is a warhead that contains thousands of tiny tungsten cubes. So when you see shrapnel injury or the effects of shrapnel injury, sometimes you pick out massive pieces of metal.
Check it out. It's work for the modest businessman's office.
I am not God.
And humanity,
Everyone is a
and a deep sense of purpose. In the hours he worked with those of a bedouin or a sailor.
Okay, did he worship God? Was he worshiping a God?
He rose with his morning prayer
What does that mean?
and did not rest until long
Was he
after dark.
submitting to his
He was
creator?
accessible to anyone at any time, be he head of state.
Did he mention that there was an eternal creator? Did he mention anything like that?
Well, here are some other phrases you want to know if you want to be sure to sound hip in the 90s. Yo,
What truth?
agree.
Based on his own
What's up?
What did he say that the creator was a creator?
I don't know how many I have avoided I get, but
Then
I
how
sure
is he
felt
a
that the most
prophet?
point
He's a
was
prophet
the
of
worst
what?
thing I've ever done.
Why is he a prophet of?
No way. MacGyver is a TV show where the impossible is often
Based on
accomplished.
CM standard?
I can't believe you got off that
Based on
speeding
whose
ticket.
standard?
What a MacGyver.
Standard of the universe.
That standard is already determined. You don't need to work with your own limits. Okay, so you're saying therefore my question would be doesn't matter. It doesn't
And the only thing he really ever said is once you reach enlightenment, you will have no need of those things. You won't be attached to them anymore.
So, in some ways, it sounds like a very, very theological position, right? In a way, that means don't be attached to the worldly means and desires, and just liberate yourself from all worldly means and desires, and then you'll be detached to. The only thing that was left for him to say was you will be attached to the ultimate creator. Right, but I don't know if he mentioned any deity to be worshipped. Did he mention a god to be worshipped? He just said, be compassionate, be merciful to each other, things like that, which is a great message, but it wouldn't really die down to who created this universe. You know, who was your creator? How do you recognize that existence? The ultimate existence. So in that regard, he wasn't really a prophet. Because prophet is someone who recognized anything or talk about it. No, it's scary. But see, if you match the description or the description or the
is prophets? What was the one defining thing that they all carried to? Was that they pointed their fingers towards the one who created them, the one who had the revelation for them to profess. So if that's like a common denominator between all the prophets, Buddha wasn't really practicing that. Yeah, it was a subjective experience, so I appreciate that. Nice, great job. But could you call him a prophet? In that regard, I don't think he would consider as a prophet.
Wow, and that's just from the water coming out of your faucet.
And this is what's in
Just the way it was set up, it's probably towards that. And that's not counting.
Why am I Kufar? Kufar for your ideology, I'm happy to be Kufar based on your ideology. Thank you very much. I take it as a member.
Before I call out your Kufarness.
Okay, what?
First of all, he's clearly talking about like basic principles, right? He's explaining how this freaking he's telling you the nature of the world, which is the very function of a prophet is to bring awareness to the
I have some friends that want
probably has
another
Hindu
thing is to
and probably
disseminate
comes from India
propaganda to influence.
you're from Pakistan and you don't like it. If the same Buddha was in Pakistan,
A Red Lobster. Silver's unarguable. A Chicago one of the most undervalued precious metals in today's market should come down to 64 West 47th Street or shop our Silver Center on TraxOne.com, offering great deals.
He was like, no caste system. No such thing as caste system. Liberate yourself from this stupid caste system where one person is by birth more superior than you. And the only thing is different is the birth. Excuse me? In that regard, I think he would probably side more with the Pakistanis and the Indians. So hush up with your hush up. We don't have this caste system shit. So hush up with that. I think
you hush up.
What am I talking about? You know what you exactly know what I'm talking about.
Same as India. Hush up.
You exactly know what I'm talking about. We don't have caste system. We're not like in this life. Listen to the caste system. You guys gotta listen to it. In this life, you get to be the lowest caste. But follow the rules. It's good to see you too.
So, Thor, how you been? I am sorry. Having otherwise occupied, as mentioned in our communication, the High Council wishes to meet with you, but there is not much time. General, with your permission, a number of Asgard are prepared to beam aboard immediately to begin installing various technological upgrades to the ship.
What is it you're not giving us?
Everything we have, all our most current technology, all our knowledge. Force resistant in the past, was certainly ready. Many Asgard still believe that.
So what's changed?
As a race, we are dying. Very soon, we will all be gone.
If you're a small content creator,
or social ranks, then you will see that India and Pakistan are pretty much at the same level. All right. So when it comes to social mobility, both of them suck ass.
Son, they'll just be taken advantage of by the gangs. The gangs are real out. They're violent and they're aggressive and their arms and the teeth. And they'll just be taken advantage of.
Society, whether any religion allows it or not. Like there are Christians in India, okay, who follow the caste system. They will not marry, between their previous caste, the ones before they adopted Christianity. So, don't tell me there is no caste system in Pakistan. You just have to look at figures.
There is a caste system in America.
Remember the time you were talking about like the numerology in the Quran, right? My God, today this guy Ilumi, he was only talking about numerology.
He talked for 12 hours. He talks about so much shit. Him and Megatron.
You guys give him so much mic access. Like, I don't understand why everybody goes in a stance, like in a you guys are hypnotized by him or something?
Yeah.
What hypnosis do you want that you allow his nonsense to prevail?
It's because Narcissus doesn't have anything better to do. Narcissus, do you sit in an office when you use this app? Are you like under your bed covers? Are you on the couch?
He's going to PTR upstate. So I was thinking mostly about this Daniel's creation. So I was mostly thinking about how you cause of numerology and how maybe he's like using that beyond numerology, because he was saying like 7, 9 things, these kind of numbers he's using. So I'm not so sure like if you better copyright your stuff, bro. Obviously get the book out, man.
Bro, he was such a Salafi. He was such an Athari. You know, he was the one that said, oh, God descended from the highest heaven to the first heaven. And I introduced him to the concept of, you know, there is dimensional existence within the cosmos. There's time. There's arch time, you know. There's, you know, the dilation. I don't know if he heard it prior to me. But then... Yeah, but then guess what? The other day he said the biggest factor in the biggest science in the Quran is the science of time. Shut the hell up, bro. I was the one who introduced you to arch time, and now you're going full force into I don't know what. But I barely get to hear that aspect of his nonsense. It's only Trinity and the ramblings that he... What did he say today that I missed? Tell me.
You missed today the number set the 6 layers, right? 6 days to create. You did in time concepts like that, right?
Oh my God, you can't be serious. I introduced that to him. Remember I told him you think this 6 days is like days? These are days measured through the arsh. Like these are the arsh days.
Exactly.
He did not start building on that. I swear.
God, he was building on us anymore.
Okay, then what did he say?
Then he was saying 6 days, and then he added 3 like the water, the throne, and above it. So altogether that's 9. Right? But he was that's the esoteric number 9, which is the age of wisdom. Right? And then he matching the
Shut up, really? Okay, I think he's all over the place. Sorry, he's just all over the place. If that's what he's doing, I have nothing to worry about. Let him keep doing what he's doing.
No, then how many times I introduced Joshua Little with his 361 freaking page thesis on the age of Aisha, and I begged him. I said, read. Now he's saying, yeah, he has done some studies, I believe, based on the sister's age and stuff. Her age seems to be 19 or something, 18 or 19.
What is a Quranic reference for the age of Aisha, please? What is this Quranic reference?
No, he's saying 9 is the age of wisdom, and because she was the wisest human, I believe. So that 9, Bukhari is using it esoteric. What rubbish! As though Bukhari is using the age 6 or 9 esoterically.
Wow, that's anti-Semitic. Wow.
Alright, well, I guess the alien topic has.
I do want to give a shout out to the Alien Inn in Rachel, Nevada, for those that are interested and want to be up close to the UFOs. It books up. You have to book it way in advance, but that's where everyone goes. It's your best chance to see.
Glad you brought that up. Look, I lived in New Orleans a long time. They largely popularized the commercialization of voodoo. I'm sure. I haven't been to Nevada, but I'm sure it's very much the same way. It's largely commercialized. Have you heard anything about the recent releases? What are people in Nevada saying? Will this disrupt their tourist traps?
No, I think it's going to probably increase the volume to Rachel, Nevada. I think it's perked the interest of the country. And I'm telling you, people come from all over to go to this place to, assume they're going to run into an alien.
I have a genuine question about the aliens. What does everybody think would actually happen if aliens are real and they walk out on the White House with Trump holding hands and say that they're here and shit? Do you guys think that a bunch of people are going to go commit mass suicide or start worshiping the aliens or trying to fuck the aliens? Like, I'm not even trolling. Like, I just think it's going to get fucking crazy.
Nah, I'll be clear. I still would not believe it, even if that happened. I still do not believe it. I never will believe in aliens.
But I'm saying, hypothetically, if it were Joe,
do you believe it, though? The thing is, the aliens are not going to reveal.
I'll be quiet right after this. Listen. Okay, hold on. I promise I'll be quiet. So, my thing I was going to say is, white women will go and try to fuck black guys to get, like, genetically stronger, kids. But if aliens show up, do you think that women will try to get impregnated? I know that, well, it's anti-alien. But that they'll go and try to get impregnated by male aliens so they can have their genes.
The aliens are not going to show if they reveal themselves at this point because of just your point, okay? They know that because they know people are not reliable and they're going to engage in all kinds of freaky stuff. So at this point, they're just trying to hold back and try to control us.
People jumping off buildings and shit. It's going to be wild.
Sounds like George Orwell's fucking worlds.
World was fucking stupid. That was a dumb fucking book and a dumb movie.
Oh, well, it was so dumb that they hear that rocket.
I mean, Stephen Hawking said something similar. He said that the aliens are going to show up, and if they're going to be like the Easterners, and they're going to enslave everybody. They're taking it from like a humanistic standpoint and from more communist history.
David.
Any aliens that show up, that's anti-drunkard. But any aliens that show up,
Wells, he was a good writer.
Aliens that show up are not going to be anything that we have on Earth. The only thing that is on Earth, that is actually fucking rare would be life. That's it. Life is the only thing that's rare in the universe that we know of so far. So the only reason aliens are going to show up is because we're here. They don't give a shit about coming to fucking turn us all into fucking meat or fucking stealing our water or all this kind of fucking conspiratorial fucking stupid sci-fi bullshit. The reality is, if life is rare, that's the only reason they're going to show up. They're not here to steal our gold.
Yeah, but you don't know that.
The moon Titan has two. Oh, sorry.
That's a really good point. No, Rich, that's a really good point.
Yeah, I was just going to say the moon Titan has 2,000 years worth of methane on it.
That's literally what Elon Musk says. Elon Musk has the most satellites up in orbit throughout the entire world. He got, what, is it nearly like 9?
Yeah, I know it's a quote, Joe.
And he says life is rare. And he claims there is no alien presence, at least in space.
Well, Joe, the only contention I have with what Elon said is that if aliens have the ability to traverse interstellar space or create a Rosen bridge, there's no way that we could ever fucking detect them unless they want to be detected. Like, the idea that aliens are coming down with like blue and green lights and sticking probes in people's assholes and shit like on a farm is fucking preposterous and ridiculous. But the ideal is if you can traverse 30 light years and you can come here, there's no way they're tier 1 or tier 2 civilization. You're not going to be able to detect them unless they turn the fucking cloaking off and they're like, hey, here we are.
Go ahead, Matt.
I was going to say, what advantage do they have of showing themselves? That's my question then.
Well, I mean, there's like a multitude of different reasons. I mean, it could be for the mere fact that they want to help advance our civilization or our humanity and help us progress and be part of. If there is like an alien federation or something,
we don't need their help. Carry on.
Or also, like, if something's going to wipe out humanity, maybe it's nukes or something like that. Maybe they disable all fucking nukes or we're going to have to fire them.
Why would they make a sci-fi?
We do go in and find Bengal tigers that are saving. Like,
why would they make a
we knock the Bengal tiger out? People fucking David Strong, Ray Milestone.
Yeah. David and Ray, hold on. Look, I want to highlight what Rich just said, another great point about the speed of light. really, it's about the technology of the speed of light. And if we were to have that here on Earth, imagine being able to deliver weaponry at the speed of light. You would be able to bomb your opposition or your enemies, and they would never be able to see it coming because you could.
One of the things, one of the
you can't do speed light.
Ray, chill out, bro. Jesus, are you drunk or something, Ray? All I was gonna say is, if aliens were actually to show up, this is all I was gonna say. On the Kardashev scale, if they're a tier 1 civilization, there is absolutely nothing that we could do to defend ourselves if they're hostile. If they show up and they want to fucking enslave us all or wipe us out, we're fucked. I mean, any Kardashev scale tier 1 fucking civilization would be like gods amongst us. I mean, they would have so much. Like, you remember in the movie The Watchmen, where Watchmen, where the guy goes out and it's Mr. Manhattan and he just like fucking blinks and all the fucking soldiers are like eviscerated into nothing. Like, that would be the scale times 10. Like, imagine what they would have. They could literally fucking Death Star the entire Earth.
Why is that based?
I don't think that's going to be so.
Joe, you can't do like.
I think any civilization that's reached the Kardashev scale in tier 1 civilization.
And if you go light speed, you might disintegrate your fucking particles, man, going that fast. You know, like. Shut the you sound.
You don't. Okay, Ray. If you can tell me,
you understand the speed. What is
Ray?
What
is
if you can tell me the constant speed of light?
Ray, if you can tell me the constant speed of light, I will fucking
speed of light right now. Like,
tell me what the speed of light is.
You understand? Like, if you
I'll give you 10
travel at that
seconds to
speed,
tell me what, so you can check
under this gravitational pull,
186 miles per hour.
No, it's 300,000 kilometers per hour, so 186.999.
You're gonna splatter, like, bro. This is time.
Yeah, I know, but you forgot.
If you're flying supersonic speed,
Beaver answers it. I said if
you're in the meat suit that you're going to splatter.
Yeah, but Ray's correct though. Nothing can move at the speed of light.
No. Theoretically, it can't. That's just our theory that it can.
What do you mean nothing can move at the speed of light? Light moves at the speed of light.
Beaver, we could theoretically, and every physicist on Earth would agree that we could theoretically reach 99.99
in Earth's gravitational field. No.
And on top of that, you have a Rosen bridge, which is literally fucking wormholes.
In space, you can do that because there's no gravity in space.
We have no grasp on fucking quantum mechanics and string theory.
Let me talk with you. Look, you're right that you can't through propulsion. However, if you can bend space-time, you can be able to move objects that would theoretically be at the speed of light.
Or ludicrous speed. Have you seen Spaceballs where they push that button that has ludicrous speed?
Well, that's also Beaver, what Einstein was talking about. He said that, he compared it to like a train, and he was talking about time is relative. And he was saying that if you were, so say something's 1,000 light years away, like in that stupid movie Hail Mary, where say if you were to traverse 1,000 light years and you could theoretically reach 99.999% the speed of light. If you could reach that speed, when you take off and you reach that speed, it would be like an instant for you to traverse from one location to the other. But for everybody else, because time is relative, that everybody else on Earth would have fucking passed 1,000 years. So even going 1,000 light years and then coming back 1,000 light years would be 2,000 years into the future. But for you, it would be, if you could instantly reach that speed, it would be like a second. You'd be like, bam, we're fucking there. And then bam, we're fucking back. 2 seconds going there.
You wouldn't need speed if you're talking about how you're, the world.
We're not talking about the Rosen Bridge right now.
Or like the world in Mario, you can go to the suns and skip all the levels and go straight to level 8.
Yeah.
Do you think Jeffrey Epstein and Stephen Hawking had these similar conversations, like in depth on the island? I'm willing to bet that Jeffrey Epstein and Stephen Hawking had these same conversations on the island using that computer synthesizer.
Can you ding the gong or however you say?
Hello.
Do it, John. Come on, ding it.
All right, take the deepest breath of the day.
Rich, why do you think so? He's kind of mini gong. I love it. You always
mention Jews when nobody mentions Jews. That's strange.
No, bro, I mentioned it, and then like 5 minutes later, you brought up Jews again.
I'm just saying, I never mentioned
Israel, Palestine.
Riabia, did you see did you see Netanyahu? Did you see the Netanyahu interview with CBS?
Jewish aliens from the Vatican, from
I literally said that.
Alpha Centauri, actually,
Ray, can I ask you a question?
Right? We all know that, right? Zionist aliens from Alpha Centauri run the world. Isn't that correct?
Yes. Okay, so
They're Ashkenazi.
Ray, if the aliens were to show up and say the Nephilim are actually currently right now, or the angels are currently, and the actual are the Ashkenazi Jews, would you accept that? And I know your fucking stupid question back to me because you're not going to answer. You're going to ask a question or answer a question with a question. Yes. If the African Americans are the real Israelites, then I'll accept that.
Damn.
I mean, science proves that. The aliens say Ashkenazis, the reason they have the highest median IQ. They're 115 to 117.
I'm just saying,
aliens say it's and the Sephardi. It's a Sephardi.
No, you really blame the Jews for
don't accept the Sephardi or the Mizrahi.
That's a whole other story for another day, but your bullshit.
Would you accept if the aliens come down and say the Ashkenazi?
Well, the aliens or the angels.
Yes, they is. They're not demons.
Right to the angels, but they all work in even sense if you read.
Yeah, they're not Satan. We can prove that. They come out.
They all work in unison.
They say Jesus is the Messiah. He's the King of Kings. He says that we have nothing to do with God. We're not going to interfere. But they do say, hey, the Ashkenazi are actually the Jews. Would you accept that?
Yeah, the Ashkenaz is not even. You're dumb as fuck.
Well, they settled in the land of Ashkenaz. The same reason that you're called an African American because your ancestors come from Africa.
Hello?
But you reside in America. That's why you're called an African American.
Hello?
No,
it's both. You all accept that it's both. That's why Pepe is a French American.
Actually, the African Americans from the Sephardi.
My daddy's Native American.
Your dad's white.
So how the fuck did that?
Your dad's a white person who's standing in front of the world map wearing his brown jumpsuit. You already showed the photo. You should have never showed that photo, bro. I have a really good memory. Okay.
You're going on that. All right, gotta forget a movie down because I don't know what you're doing now. Bryce, when I was eating. Bryce, did you want to say something? You've been trying to get in. No, I was just saying that I got a download from the universe. The whole thing is the Hebrew Israelites are actually the Sephardi, the Ashkenazi, also the so-called Black Americans or Negroes, and also the Arab, actually Palestinian Muslims and Christians of the other groups within so-called Palestine. But that's just a download. That's what the universe is telling me. Y'all can disagree and argue all you want about it, but that's actually the truth in 2026.
Well, I
gotta say one thing. You see, I always say it's okay if you talk to yourself, but once you start hearing voices respond to yourself, that's when it becomes a problem. Start thinking, no.
Exactly. I was speaking with the universe, and the universe was telling me that really there's no way that the Ashkenazi Jews were in Egypt building the pyramids. It was actually African Americans building the pyramids, 16,000 years ago.
That's what you don't get, bro. It was both.
Oh.
Well, they brought them straight from Germany and Europe to Egypt.
Well, Rabbono Shalom, we do have the records of Muhammad going back to 660 when he was torturing the Jews in Saudi Arabia, and they all said, fuck it, let's go to Europe where they have plumbing. Fuck these Arab terrorist cocksuckers.
Yo, I gotta say, Clubhouse finds the most interesting fucking people. And they wonder why they're still on fucking welfare.
Well, Rabbono Shel Olam, we made it through another Shabbos. Tomorrow, post-Mother's Day, you know, Trump put out a message to his mother, his beloved Babushka, or whatever her name was. What a beautiful woman. Let's all just say a little prayer for Mrs. Trump, who gave us our great orange president, who's saving America and saving the world. Amen.
Joe, can you bring up Ray Allen? Ran out of invites. Yeah, let's say a prayer.
Would aliens, if they came down, anybody in here, would it shake your faith, religion?
For me, no. No. I actually have no now. But yeah, let me answer. So all no's so far. Anybody have a yes or no?
Are you? It would make you doubt either.
Wait, answer your own question. Did you say no? I forget.
Well, I don't. I mean, I believe there's a higher power, but I don't claim to have it figured out. And I mean, it wouldn't. I would still think there's a higher power, but I wouldn't. The people that have it like in their mind, like they define it out, like they're this religion or that religion. Wouldn't make them rethink a couple things? Like, if you're Muslim, do you still believe in Muhammad?
But if you believe that God created the universe and that's part of the universe, then why would anything change in what you believe?
Well, I mean, if you believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old, and Adam and Eve and all that stuff, and then aliens come down and they basically, like Rich was saying, they can go back in time and show you X, Y, Z, and they can show you the stuff that's happened. And this theatrical display, and they say this is the real truth, and they do all these amazing things you've never seen before, and they make people disappear. And I don't know, like, would that not make you say, what the hell?
Not necessarily, because where does the scripture or the Torah for me or scripture for you say that something's I mean, nothing's like carbon dated, you know, specifically. I mean, we have theories, and so much of what's written is written for interpretation. I mean, the word universe in itself, the way it can be defined in different theological ways. You know, every single word is up for interpretation. I mean, that's how we study it. So, how one may view it today, it doesn't necessarily mean it didn't foresee that. I don't know. There's probably a ton of stuff about the concept of other peoples and other planets and how it weaves into the words in the Bible. But again, you don't necessarily, every word can have different meanings. Does that answer it? Be real quick.
Abby, real quick, is there any mention of UFOs or aliens in the Torah? Because there's not in the Bible, according to Edward. But go ahead.
I don't think so, but I kind of have this memory of like stories about it. You know, again, like I need to look now, and I'm going to do some Googling. Like, I'm sure it's come up as a question.
Isn't Esquizo, or isn't that one of the ones supposedly? I have no idea. Look, from what I thought, Escanizal was one of the alien.
Hold on. From what my understanding is in Genesis, it talks about the fallen angels and that they breed with human females, and I would be extremely nervous or very skeptical about any being coming here and trying to reveal that they know everything about our history and stuff like that. I'd just be super skeptical about it, as if they were a fallen angel.
Okay, about Ezekiel?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, that's one of the U.S. non.
Don't you guys know what metaphor is? This is all for interpersonal psychological development. None of this is literal. This is all just metaphor. And there's no aliens. The military-industrial complex loves to put out fake videos to show shiny silver balls float through the fucking sky. so they can keep getting 1.2 trillion to 1.5 trillion. It's all a scam. It's all bullshit. There's no fucking UFOs. There's no fucking aliens. There's colonels and generals and majors and lieutenant colonels that love to laugh when they put out fake videos because they got nothing else to do on that battleship. Hello?
How come Trump doesn't get to the bottom? What you say is true.
Should be as president. Price. Hold on, Price. We're having dialogue. Look, that's a great point. Wouldn't it be more likely that the government or departments in the government would use aliens as a reason to get more funding? Tim Burchett has talked about this because Tim Burchett, he's a Republican from East Tennessee. He's been one of the big ones on pushing for them to reveal about the aliens or what they have on information about this. However, what he has said is departments have come to him and said, look, we know some, but we don't know enough. What we need more, Congressman, is funding for us to find out more about the aliens. So some of that, what you said, is spot on, Edward. I'll bring you back up, Price, but we're taking turns making points.
I just looked it up, by the way, because I'm curious. And it's specifically, there's many that have written about this, including, I don't know if you know who the Rebbe is, but that's the founder of Lubavitch. And he actually wrote about it. And the finding of life on other planets is consistent with the Torah as it reflects God's infinite power. And there's actually, in Talmudic study, they discuss, there's an interpretation about inhabitants on another planet. Like there was rabbinical conversation about it, but it would have no effect, according to what I'm reading, on Judaism. And then there's, what Kabbalah is, and the Kabbalistic sources embrace it as well, but none of it says that it would conflict.
See, if I was a Kabbalist, I would put Rayabia back in his shell. Uh-oh, somebody reads books. Book reader alert. Book reader alert. Just because you read a book doesn't mean the fantasy in the book's fucking real, you idiot.
Yeah, I mean, you can read it, but no, you read it. If you're into Kabbalah, then you're a Kabbalist. We were saying that when you read a book,
I was just quoting that there's different interpretations that have happened over centuries.
Well, so, isn't Middle Sneerson supposed to come back to life? And he's supposed to be the Messiah. He asked, is there any reference of it in the Torah? And you reference two sources that he should have.
Ribono Shalom, Menachem Schneerson has started a computer program.
Kabbalah and the Talmud they're not Torah or Torah.
I didn't say they were. Jesus.
Yeah, she
I didn't say they were.
Come on, Ariana.
I wasn't even talking. I was answering Beaver's question.
She said it wouldn't be contradictory, and she didn't know of anything in the Torah, which is the first 5 books. And then she said, she said Middle Sneerson, and she talked about the Talmud and Middle Sneerson.
Got it. We got the recap.
They don't use the term UFO because that's a modern term. That's not shit.
Oh, Ribono Shalom.
But you're not intelligent enough.
Moderators, I just want to say one more thing about the military-industrial complex faking alien encounters. And you know how I know it's real? Because the medical-industrial complex does the same thing through Medicare and Medicaid. You have doctors that create fake reports, the VAERS reporting, the entire COVID-19 vaccine response, all a lie, all bullshit. And so the point is, it's the same scam. Have any of you ever witnessed, seen, touched, heard, smelled, tasted a fucking alien? No, maybe from Nicaragua or El Salvador or Venezuela or Cuba, but never from fucking Mars. Hello?
Big booty Dominicans.
How do you explain the orbs videos that's been released by the government? You're just going to say that's CG, like the moon landing alleged?
No, you know what you do?
Well, they do have a balloon.
Yeah, you take a balloon, you film a balloon, then you speed up the film, and then you submit it to Congress, and then you got Rashida Tlaib going, "This is fucking a revelation. The fucking, oh my God, look at this. We got to increase spending for Raytheon and Boeing and Northrop Grumman. Another $100 billion. $100 billion at least to find out where that silver orb came from."
like the moon landing. Do you believe in the moon landing or not, John? I'm just curious.
Yes.
No, personally, I think they faked the videos to win the propaganda war because I was in Los Angeles in Beverly Hills or Century City in this big lobby. They had photos of Nixon meeting with the astronauts, and I was like, that is such a scam. They're just in a fucking wood box with silver painting on it. It's all for television. It's all a fucking scam.
He's just trolling you. But I think
I saw it on TV when it happened. I saw it on TV. I'm probably the only one in the room.
Ray's gonna say you've seen Daylight.
I saw it.
Television too. It was
You
black
did?
and white.
The black and white.
Where it was
No, that was.
Yeah, how the fuck could you watch a moon landing live, Wi-Fi broadcast through your television? I mean, did you ever question the video you were watching?
Let's let Abby tell us her experience. Give a breath to people.
I was a little kid, and we were in summer camp, and we all watched it on a big, not big, finesse, probably, I think about how big the TV
Jewish summer camp?
And we watched it in black and white. So if you're going to tell me that someone created that,
Kubrick!
To fool the public, I don't think so.
They have the actual mounds. The mounds that they were filming, they have those, they have found them.
No, it's the big, those TVs that had the cabinet.
TVs, yeah.
Yeah, the cabinet around it.
Yeah.
I remember they rolled into
Who believes?
I do not believe they took a golf cart to the moon. Just try to visualize yourself in a rocket ship flying to the moon.
The other thing that's amazing is, we grew up with going to space a lot and Apollo landings, and as kids we would watch all of the different Apollos, and I'm trying to think, it was the Geminis, Apollos. We watched them, and then it stopped. But you're gonna tell me all of those were fake? They faked every one of them?
I remember when they rolled the TV in, and they put it in the front of the classroom, and we all watched the verdict, which Beaver will like this. Beaver loves this topic. They rolled in the TVs, and we all watched the verdict of fucking O.J. Simpson. Yeah, and the O.J. Simpson, and it was hysterical. It was hysterical watching all the black kids get up and start cheering. We just want to storyline for
everything fake. Everything fake to you, just as a Ray. I mean, but he's referencing a guy whose whole life was scripted. I mean, Orange is 33 in gematria. I mean, the motherfucker was a high level Mason. The motherfucker, the shit was nothing but propaganda to feel a certain level of racial tension.
He beat his. You know how many times he beat his wife, and they had calls about domestic violence prior to this? You think that was made up also?
Yeah, it was made up. Racist? I knew this. Wait, what's about number 33, Ray? Yeah, what's 33? Yeah. Wait, I didn't hear what you said. Wait, Beaver. I did want to talk about that whole moon landing thing about the Apollo, because somebody was it Abby that said, "Oh, well, you think why would they fake all the moon landings? Well, why wouldn't they?" I mean, what was it? And then you got to think, why do they keep naming these things Apollo? Why are they sitting up here naming these things after a fucking Greek god? Apollo 11, Apollo 10 and shit. This shit. And what was the last one that they did on April 1st, on April Fool's Day? Artemis. On April Fool's Day, they shoot out into space and shit. They do this shit for pretty much just for symbolism, but that's a whole other story for another day. The fact that you believe that they got through the Van Allen belt.
You want to hear about Gematria in 30 days.
The Van Allen belt, Van Allen belt, it's been proven. Proven to be false. But what about O.J. Simpson though? What is? Because they call him the juice, right? Orange and whatnot. understand what is 33 have to do with it. Yeah,
the 33 is the 33 degrees of masonry, and he was a high level mason. So I mean, look, I mean, all I'm saying is that a lot of these little athletes, like in the NFL and NBA, are high level masons. They probably sacrificed their mother or family member or cousin or whatever. He's one of them that did that shit. Whether that broad that supposedly got killed in the cop or the karate cop, whatever, got stabbed up or not, whether that's true or not, which I doubt it is. You know, they script certain events in their life to make certain rituals happen. Sometimes they use it for race rituals. Brain rot, bro.
Ray, you can't possibly believe this.
I know, Ray. I believe it. No, I have gematria. I understand gematria, so I can go back to gematria. You fucking
NFL is going to be involved in something like that. I find it.
Also not Ashton's here. Edifies Ashton.
OJ was number 32, by the way.
No, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the church that I'm talking about Orange. Okay. Because he was called.
Just a couple of things. Apollo was chosen by Abe Silverstein or whatever because it reminded him of like Zeus driving the chariot in the rocket. Gemini was chosen because it went from one rocket, like in Mercury program, to one astronaut to two astronauts to be able to make way for the Apollo mission. So Mercury was chosen, Gemini was chosen. So we tend to go and do things in the military and in government programs. We name them after certain sectors. Our ships are named. Our carriers are named after presidents. So our battleships are named after states. We use different things and different names to create designations for programs. It's easy on paperwork. Ray, there is no fucking massive conspiracy theory that these guys are going to go to the 33 and me Mason rant on the Apollo missions. It just doesn't exist. You guys draw fucking conspiracy theories just because somebody farted on Main Street and somehow you can smell it.
Hey, Mike, but Brad, here's the funny thing, though, that you brought that up, because I didn't even bring up Mason.
Wait, what about OJ's number being 32?
Wait, no, I want to hit him on this one point.
OJ couldn't even talk. He starred in movies like Naked Gun, and he couldn't even fucking hold his lines. Like, seriously.
Oh, no, Brad, no, that's funny that you mentioned all that shit, because here's the funny thing, right? Okay. Every astronaut that's ever been...
We're not doing this today.
Yeah,
O.J. Simpson is innocent. He's resting with the Lord.
Is a person that has been a part of the lives. They're all Masons, Brad, which is ironic.
Let's take your hypothetical. A black NFL player that couldn't add 22 plus 22 somehow or another fucking went through a shit ton of money, married a fucking gold digging white woman, and somehow was an emphatic Mason, and then decided to do shitty fucking movies like The Naked Gun, giving him actually no extra fucking money because he just fucking gambled it away, and you somehow think that, oh yeah, there's a great conspiracy behind it. Listen, stop whatever the fuck it is you're drinking, tip that glass over, and fucking just up to reality. That didn't happen.
Brad, sell some waterfront property and ice water, man. I ain't drinking nothing. No, listen, Brad.
And I know who OJ was because he was one of the running back greats. I grew up in Buffalo. I treasured the man. I knew who the man was. I met him multiple times. He came out to events, all that shit. That man couldn't talk. Like, literally could not fucking talk.
He was my neighbor, Brad. He was my neighbor for
not
a long time.
Hey, no, wait, hold up.
He lived here after he did some government service in Nevada for quite a number of years. He then moved 5 minutes from where I live.
Government service? The man was locked up for stealing his own shit.
Yeah, I'm calling it government service.
You know what's funny? What's her name? Brown? And he played against the Brown. There was a whole bunch of rituals going on with the Cleveland Browns.
What rituals, Ray? What rituals?
Rituals, really?
What rituals?
Brad, you gotta get
He never had a girlfriend who was blonde. He had a
Brad, here's the deal, right? You sat up here and you said that OJ couldn't talk and all this other shit. Neither could Stephen Hawking, but people thought that he was intelligent.
Yeah, but one was a fucking hyper-intelligent person, and the other was brain dead.
The other was a running back.
The fuck?
He was a running. He was an athlete.
He was a real fucking retard that loves that people. He was a physicist. He was a physicist, you know. And no, he would sit up here in that little chair. Whoa, that was anti-physicist. And then here it is. People sit up here and
you're making a comparison of O.J. Simpson to Hawking. One of the most brilliant minds that you've had the luxury and the privilege to actually be alive and read his work. You're saying somehow.
I'm
gonna go with this. If Hawking or you, if I had to listen to Hawking or you, go with Hawking any day of the week. I don't even need to be blindfolded. That motherfucker could do it in fucking Morse code, and I would still listen to Hawking between your conspiracy and Hawking.
But Brad, you don't think that it takes an exceptionally brilliant person like O.J. Simpson to create an opportunity to get off on murder? I mean, Stevie Wonder could have seen that.
OJ didn't get off on murder. John Cochran got off on murder.
Well, at the end of the day, he's still innocent, and he's now resting with the Lord. But aside from that, you don't think that it takes an expressive. Well, I mean, I don't know the Lord to be roaming around hell, but it takes an especially savvy person to create an opportunity to duck charges like that. So, I hear where you're coming from.
The dream team.
I hear where you're coming from. O.J. Simpson is not exceptionally brilliant. We can all agree on that. Can we maybe move on? Can we move on?
You still claim he's innocent?
I mean, he was found innocent in the court of law. So, I mean, it's not a claim. It's not a claim. It's not a claim.
Well, I think let's bring up O.J. Simpson. Leave it be relevant to this.
Probably Brady theory over Adams theory.
Well, I know where I'm getting smoked because I'm supporting Karen Bass. But I want to know, instead of y'all discussing me supporting Karen Bass, why aren't you guys discussing Spencer Pratt's father-in-law child molestation charges? I mean, it's funny to me that you guys haven't bothered to actually have that discussion. And why does Spencer and Heidi actually come out to defend her father, who pled guilty to child molestation charges?
We don't like soap operas.
So just to add something, going back to I've been listening.
Hold on. Doctor, we'll come right to you. But I have not heard Dr. Adams on how you went from scorched earth on Karen Bass during the fire just a year ago to now supporting her. I got to hear the transformation.
Sure, it's a very simple answer. So she's reduced homelessness by 17%, reduced gang violence-related crimes by 28%, and she didn't go on public record.
So still only 400%?
She didn't go on public record how many years ago to defend her father-in-law that is a self-confessed child molester. So, to me, it was a very easy choice to make.
Alrighty, yeah, your answer. I don't know. I don't know who she's running. So, but no, thank you for the take. Okay, Dr. Jordan.
It's Spencer Pratt and the other lady, I forget her name.
Benita, she's a city council member, and she actually voted 57 times in saying that, homeless people can be in proximity to schools around people's children. So, it is what it is. If we want to look at track records, I'm going to go with the person that has the safest track record. I'm going to look at the person that has the safest track record. Okay, I'm not going to listen to a bunch of people in Texas and Louisiana telling me who I should vote for.
Wait, are you saying that homeless people are all pedophiles?
Well, I mean, if you look at the sex offender registry and how many sex offenders
but you're lumping them all together.
They're labeled as transients. I think that there should be a system put into place to make sure that they're not setting up
Can we now say that all...
I think that there should be a system set up into place so that they're not putting up encampments next to schools.
Can we say that all gay people have AIDS? Since some gay people have AIDS?
All I was going to say is, I think, we are underestimating OJ. I mean, he's a murderer, but he was one of the most charismatic people you'd ever meet. So I mean, he was adored by people, and I think he was far more articulate than people have claimed in this room, but I don't want to challenge individual experiences. I just think, we have misrepresented OJ, not that he's a good guy, but as far as his intellect and his charisma and his personality overall, I think we didn't do him justice.
Wait, Dr. Jordan. Let me follow up. Dr. Jordan, are you just saying that OJ is misunderstood?
No, I'm not saying he's a good person. He's a very bad person. I'm just saying that, like, the way that he seemed to have been described in this room was that he, was kind of, not particularly.
He's dumb. He had brain damage.
He's dumb as a box of rocks, but that doesn't make him a bad person, Dr. Jordan. That don't make him a bad person.
Well, I don't have anything to win or gain by saying this. It's just my opinion. Now, what I do know, though, is that, and this doesn't change anything about his intellect, but a friend of mine who was a cop who used to hang out with him said, people like LAPD, of all the celebrities, people, for whatever reason, really attached to him. So when the homicide happened, it was really kind of shocking to the law enforcement community. Maybe it wasn't shocking.
I heard the absolute opposite, Dr. J, and I just heard it last week. Completely the opposite from someone who was LAPD that worked in that area. He said they weren't shocked because they had these domestic violence calls. So completely the opposite of what you're saying.
Abby's right that there was all the domestic violence, but my thing about, I guess, where I'm coming from is the LAPD people I knew, he had a charisma about him, but yes, 100%, I misrepresented.
So, Dr. Do you know?
Maybe it was like, maybe only some people knew it, others didn't.
So actually, I went to the OJ trial, not that I spoke with him, but I went there as kind of a guest of Robert Shapiro. Anybody could show up, but I have a family friend who was close to Robert Shapiro. And kind of an interesting thing is I was working on it. You can look this up on Huffington Post, an article I wrote about Robert Shapiro. He was very upset that I included a link to OJ in the article. And I thought it was so weird because I hadn't followed the story for a long time. And I just assumed that that's what he was most known for. And he was pissed that I included that. And I'm thinking to myself, well, but everybody knows it. OJ, I wasn't saying it was a good or a bad thing.
That's how he got his fame.
Adams, you can go as long as you don't reference everybody else.
Dr. Jordan, my experience, I went to the trial in Vegas. My girlfriend Jackie was the judge on that. Okay. And you're right, he had a charm about him. And then after he got out of jail, he would hang out, you know where the area I'm in. So there were certain restaurants he got, you excuse the term 86 because you can't say it anymore, but he got thrown out of a number of casinos just because he made people uncomfortable, that he would come in, and then some restaurants. But he was like, hanging out, like chatting it up with everyone, very charming. You're absolutely right, even after all of this. But he was humbled quite a bit that trial for the theft. He knew.
He was thrown out of the Anchor Bar at Buffalo and Duff's, where he wanted to go hang out where his jerseys were, and he was thrown out of Elio DePaulo's, where it was the big Buffalo Bills bar. So like he was immediately told at the door, just get the fuck out of here. And he had a couple guys.
So he's used to it, is what you're saying, Brad.
And he was told they didn't want him in there, and like Buffalo like stripped his name off of everything and just removed him completely. He's like he doesn't exist.
So Brad, to your point, hold on one second. Before the murder, I remember traveling to places like Cabo, the Caribbean, like people, if they had a picture with someone, it wasn't Michael Jordan, it was often O.J. Simpson before the murder. I remember that. But what I want to also say,
The one thing I remember about the trial, and quite frankly, it was kind of boring, although I do remember vividly being in the elevator with Jason Simpson, his oldest son, and Robert Shapiro. It wasn't like I wasn't walking with Robert. We happened to be there. I mean, I was much younger then. And when I did this thing for HuffPost, it was 20 years later. But what I wanted to say is that I was in the back. I remember I was in the, and maybe Abby, I'm curious her courtroom experience. When I was in the back, all I remember was that Denise, is it Denise? Who's the oldest Simpson?
That's Denise.
Daughter?
That's Denise.
Denise was right in front of me, and I can't really fault her because, I don't know, people are allowed to check, but she was like almost flirting.
She's a nice lady.
She seemed really sweet, but she is
a nice lady.
She was kind of flirting with this guy from like Entertainment Tonight or something, and I just remember it being weird because I'm like, if that was my family member, but I mean, the trial's a long thing. She's allowed to do whatever she wants. Maybe she wasn't. She was just being friendly. But that was what I remember most about the trial, not actually anything that was being said.
Well, so I just wanted to say this. Listen, Abby and Brad, I'm trolling when I say that the man is innocent. We know good and goddamn well that man killed that woman. Okay, so at the end of the day, what I'm looking at is the fake outrage. Okay? So the fake outrage, though, that was extended towards O.J. Simpson is commonly misapplies a lot of men that end up in these situations. And when we look at the nuance between, domestic violence and, a lot of these circumstances, why isn't Hulu giving the same energy to Taylor Frankie Paul, right? So why is Taylor Frankie Paul getting to go on to The Bachelor and getting to ascend into a certain type of notoriety behind domestic violence when we have otherwise canceled the likes of, O.J. Simpson and Chris Brown?
Who's
Why
Taylor
are women
Paul?
being given the... Oh, you didn't see the newest season of the... You didn't see the newest season of The Bachelorette? The newest season of The Bachelorette.
Do I sound like a guy that would watch that? Like,
No. But hold on. I'm bringing up mainly a pop culture point.
Well, they canceled it too, right?
They canceled The Bachelorette because this woman was she was arrested and she was prosecuted for domestic violence. And one incident actually was leaked to TMZ where she was throwing chairs at her husband that actually hit a child. So it's crazy to me just how people want to have these bold opinions when it comes to the men, but then the women and their proclivities and their activities are completely ignored and not otherwise denounced. Like that is a fake outrage that pisses me off about this O.J. Simpson situation. And I personally feel like Chris Brown should be restored. Chris Brown should be restored.
Relax. I told you you were trolling the whole time. I told you this. I was right. Just a minute. I knew you were trolling.
Beaver. I will give you that. Okay, but I'm asking.
Are you saying Nicole has culpability? Is that what you're trying to imply?
I'm not saying that Nicole has culpability. That's not what I'm saying.
She's definitely a victim of abuse.
What I'm saying is I wish that people would treat this situation as importantly as they do, with like, Taylor Frankie Paul.
This became an American crime stories. It became they were searching Ryan Murphy, as they also did the Versace murderers, and they looked for big crime stories. And it's so funny because a lot of people, the reference to OJ is Cuba Gooding playing him, not the actual trial itself. But I wanted to, Beaver, I do remember me telling you about a movie I saw called The Perfect 10, about the 10 guys that won the Heisman and were in the Hall of Fame. And OJ is one of the Perfect 10. And when they did
I guess they are trying to make a statement and show some form of being superior spirituality, or here I am, I'm doing what I can. Oh, that's all they're praying. It's just absolutely annoying. There is a statement, actually, this is go back going back a little bit to talking about Turkey, Erdogan, is it president or
Something prime Turkey.
He said, actually, he says, you can find his wording. Actually, he says, we will ride the train of democracy to the heart of Europe.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure of that.
Ali, you're saying the quiet part out loud. The only thing I can say is that you must be a racist, because only racists would point out the problems with Islam. I don't know if that makes sense to people.
No, but it's stupid, because if anybody conflicting race with ideologies, you must be absolutely stupid. And so you see, in this regard.
Our friend Sam does this pretty regularly, the guy from Iran. You probably know him.
Sam.
He makes this mistake pretty regularly, but we have to give him some grace, because usually he's high on Mary Jane. So always blame him for what he says. I'm gonna say a quick good night, and I need to go to sleep because I have a big day tomorrow. And it's really nice to see you, Holly.
Yeah,
good night, and good luck with your presentation. Good luck.
Thank you. Good night. Blessings on everybody. Mazel tov.
Peace be upon you. Blessings be upon you.
So, Pearl, I have come up with this phrase, and I think I have not heard it or seen it before, so I think I give myself a bit of credit. Often, when I am in discussion with the Muslims at the clubhouse, you will find them to be finding the West and the Western culture way of life that is lost its moral compass, is depraved, the family life is non-existent, and the West has lost its way in a sense. And and they point out at the prostitution, the drugs, and other things.
I don't know how tremendously wrong they'd be.
Well, we can, okay, that's fine. But the point is, and you do not hear a word of, how can I say, gratitude, appreciation, or understanding of what this country, America, affords. That's just in principle, the guiding principle of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rest of it, and on our culture. And so even the phrase that I can't call, the Islamophobic, so I have come up with a phrase, I call them Westophobic and Westophobia. And I think from my perspective, it makes perfect sense. I call them Westophobia, Westophobic. And it seems to me, particularly if you are a Muslim, and it could be from any place, coming to this country and the U.S., and the country accepts you in its bosom and provides you both ideological and monetary opportunities to make something out of yourself, and progress in life, and provide a situation these Muslims can actually get in the clubhouse and criticize anyone, in the government or the systems, and not to be, grateful, to say something good at least. I mean, the Constitution only gives a place with Quran, and the Bill of Rights with the Sharia laws, and the rest of it. It's absolutely annoying. It's horribly bad. It makes me angry.
I gotta go to bed, but if you feel like keeping the room open, by all means, but if otherwise, I can shut it down.
Yeah, it's up to you.
I have no skin in the game either way, so I don't care. I'm always happy to shut it down.
Did Adam not sin? Did Adam sin?
Jesus does not have a
Okay, I'm asking.
Hello? Hello?
Adam did sin.
No, Adam did not sin. Adam did not sin. It was Eve. Eve was the naughty girl. Adam left the garden because of Eve.
Unless you hold to gospel, and it is not,
No.
you hold to nothing, basically.
Adam was a good
If
boy.
you have not completed the steps, you're not grounding yourself in anything, in any syllable.
Look at the PTR.
Why are you bringing God in the paradigm of infallibility, sin?
Because
How you reduce God to all his how you reduce God to it?
Because after the human experience, Jesus could experience the temptation to sin, right? But the underlying hypostasis of the divine nature prevented him from being able to sin. He would always choose to do the not sin option.
It was impossible for Jesus to sin. Impossible.
I actually don't find this argument that convincing, Argus. Like the few times where in the Quran God corrects the prophet for not making a mistake but withholding.
Yeah, then he is not a perfect human. What do you hold to them?
No, I'm saying that.
So something's wrong with the Quran then.
No, I'm saying that it doesn't. For me, it doesn't have to necessitate that this kind of like imperfection in scripture at all.
And you're not grounding anything. What are you grounding?
No. I still think that sufficient grounding can take place, and at the same time concede that the Prophet ﷺ was free from major sins and minor sins, but is still someone who was a relatable human being who hesitated out of his own humanity from implementing God's command and justice.
Then he's not perfect. Then you don't have no example of perfection in a machine is perfect when it acts and knows its
perfection.
Your machine, your vessel, your intermediary is not perfect. Why the hell should I follow your prophet?
Well, I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that
anyone when I can follow Jesus.
Well, because just like how you're claiming that like a human being that's prone to making errors and judgment shouldn't be followed. I'm saying that it's the very fact that he's a human being that's prone to making errors and judgment, and still, despite that, is struggling to achieve perfection that should be followed. It's the same.
You just collapsed your entire paradigm.
No. I mean, from your perspective.
When my intermediary cannot demonstrate the actualized potential within him, right? When I have a half-assed machine or a machine that kind of works to its fullest potential, why would I follow that? Would that be my intermediary? When I have God himself as my intermediary in the form of what are you doing? You're
Downgraded to this model. Shame on downgrading God.
How dare you do this? Blasphemy! Blasphemy!
This downgrade God, the downgraded God. 2 minutes silence for Narcissus downgrade.
I would just like to say, excuse me, Nizam, but you're dominating the stage. I just want to say that I was in another room and he was saying that the Muslims don't like Western values, like the courts and the marriages and everything. And all I say is, in my particular situation, I am okay with Sharia law for a little while, just to clear up the debts and to prevent the feminists from ruining everything, but just for a little bit to teach everybody a good lesson, and then we will be complete.
Why am I following a human that's not demonstrating perfection?
No, it's based on your commitments. So you, by the way, are not necessary. I understand why you critique.
For me, this prophet, this intermediary is not perfect. To hell with this intermediary.
So, expecting godly perfection from a human and expecting humanly sinful downgrading behavior from God. Subhanallah, this is the delusion they're selling you. This is a delusion you've got sold on. 2 minutes silence for your poor judgment. 2 minutes silence for your poor judgment, not just
2 minutes of silence, please. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. Flex your Kegel muscle. Keep holding. Now let it go. Let it go. Go.
Like differ philosophic, right? Because by virtue of the God being one and God being the ultimate
God, you don't read enough books in your model. Put some books in your model and read some books, man. We had a room on Gnosticism earlier, Nizam. You should have been there.
If I have not fully actualized it and become an insan of Kamala, then what is my purpose? Did you laugh at?
I'm saying, look, okay,
if my prophet is showing, if this prophet or this guide or this intermediary is showing nafs lack, right, in his actualization, he's nothing to me. He's a nobody. I might as well follow like you or Z or someone else.
No, but not get
or my other rock stars that I like.
I hope that you know that repeating the same point doesn't actually establish it any further, right? Like your point is clear. Like, yeah, so
I'm reiterating so that so it's for emphasis. So that you realize how important it doesn't get stronger, but you can refute it, right?
Yes. Right, I'm trying to, but like, okay. What I'm saying is that
versus insignificant
creativity inside of Babel with infallibility. I'm saying that someone can be inside of Babel, and it's not that it's not really in the sense of like, okay, like if the prophet makes an error where it's an intentional error.
Those who seek a deeper understanding of life's necessities. Written by a man of profound devotion and erudition, it will provide every reader with firm guidance along the universal path, the genuine wisdom and spiritual enlightenment from the publishers. So, chapter 1, the original person. So, we just read the introduction. This book has 26 chapters. I'm just going to go through one by one. Let's see how many. Well, chapter 1 is just one page. Right? The original person. So first is the Sanskrit and the translation and purport. Kunti Vacha. Namaste Purusham Vadyam Ishwaryam Rite Param Laksham Sarva Bhutanam Anadevali Avishtatam. Srimati Kunti said, O Krishna, I offer my obeisances unto you because you are the original personality and are unaffected by the qualities of the material world. You are existing both within and without everything, and yet you are invisible to all. Srimad Bhagavatam 1:8-18. I'll read that one more time. Srimati Kunti said, O Krishna, I offer my obeisances unto you because you are the original personality and are unaffected by the qualities of the material world. You are existing both within and without everything, and you are invisible to all. Report. Srimati Kunti Devi was quite aware that Krishna is the original personality of Godhead, although he was playing the part of her nephew. Such an enlightened lady could not commit a mistake of offering obeisances unto her nephew. Therefore, she addressed him as the original Purusha, beyond the material cosmos. Although all living entities are also transcendental, they are neither original nor infallible. The living entities are apt to fall down under the clutches of material nature, but the Lord is never like that. In the Vedas, therefore, he is described as the chief among all living entities. Then, again, he is addressed as Ishvara, or the controller. The living entities, or the demigods like Chandra and Surya, are also to some extent Ishvara, but none of them is the supreme Ishvara, or the ultimate controller. Krishna is the Parameshvara, or the super soul. He is both within and without. Although he was present before Srimati Kunti as her nephew, he was also within her and everyone else. In the Bhagavad Gita 15:15, the Lord says, I am situated in everyone's heart, and only due to me one remembers, forgets, and is cognizant, etc. Through all the Vedas, I am to be known because I am the compiler of the Vedas, and I am the teacher of the Vedanta. Unquote. Queen Kunti affirms that the Lord, although both within and without all living beings, is still invisible. The Lord is, so to speak, the puzzle of the common man. Queen Kunti experienced personally that Lord Krishna was present before her, yet he entered within the womb of Uttara to save her embryo from the attack of Ashwatthama's Brahmastra. Kunti herself was puzzled about whether Sri Krishna is all-pervasive or localized. In fact, he is both. But he reserves the right of not being exposed to persons who are not record souls. This checking curtain is called the Maya energy of the Supreme Lord, and it controls the limited version of the rebellious soul. It is explained as follows. Okay, so that's chapter 1. Now I'm going to chapter 2. So let's see how long it is before we continue. A couple pages, okay. Beyond the senses. First, the Sanskrit translation in purple. Maya Javanika Jannam Ajnadu Shajam Avyayam Nalakshaye Mudha Dashra Nato Natyada Ruyata. Translation. Being beyond the range of limited sense perception, you are the eternally irreproachable factor covered by the curtain of diluting energy. You are invisible to the foolish observer, exactly as an actor dressed as a player is not recognized. Read that again. Being beyond the range of limited sense perception, you are the eternally irreproachable factor covered by the curtain of diluting energy. You are invisible to the foolish observer, exactly as an actor dressed as a player is not recognized. Srimad Bhagavatam 1:8-19 report. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Shri Krishna affirms that less intelligent persons mistake him to be an ordinary man just like us, and thus they deride him. The same is confirmed herein by Queen Kunti. The less intelligent persons are those who rebel against the authority of the Lord. Such persons are known as asuras. The asuras cannot recognize the Lord's authority. When the Lord himself appears among us as Rama Narasimha Varaha, or in his original form as Krishna, he performs many wonderful acts which are humanly impossible, as we shall find in the 10th canto of this great literature. Lord Shri Krishna exhibited his humanly impossible activities even from the days of his lying on the lap of his mother. He killed the Putana witch, although she smeared her breast with poison just to kill the Lord. The Lord sucked her breast like a natural baby, and he sucked out her very life also. Similarly, he lifted the Govardhan hill, just like a boy picks up a frog's umbrella, and stood several days continuously just to give protection to the residents of Vrindavan. These are some of the superhuman activities of the Lord described in the authoritative Vedic literatures like the Puranas, Itihasas, histories, and Upanishads. He has delivered wonderful instructions in the shape of the Bhagavad Gita. He has shown marvelous capacities as a hero, as a householder, as a teacher, and as a renouncer. He is accepted as the Supreme Personality Godhead by such authoritative personalities as Vyasa, Devala, Ashita, Narada, Madhava, Shankara, Ramanuja Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Jiva Goswami, Vishwanath Chakravarti Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, and other authorities of the line. He himself has declared as much in many places of the authentic literatures. And yet, there is a class of men with demonic mentality who are always reluctant to accept the Lord as the supreme absolute truth. This is partially due to their pure abundant knowledge and partially due to their stubborn obstinacy, which results from various misdeeds in the past and present. Such persons could not recognize Lord Shri Krishna even when he was present before them. Another difficulty is that those who depend more on their imperfect senses cannot realize him as the Supreme Lord. Such persons are like the modern scientists. They want to know everything by their experimental knowledge. But it is not possible to know the Supreme Person by imperfect experimental knowledge. He is described herein as Adoksaja, or beyond the range of experimental knowledge. All our senses are imperfect, claim to observe everything and anything. But we must admit that we can observe things under certain material conditions only, which are also beyond our control. The Lord is beyond the observation of sense perception. Queen Kunti accepts this deficiency of the conditioned soul, especially of the woman class who are less intelligent. For the less intelligent, there must be such things as temples, mosques, or churches, so that they may begin to recognize the authority of the Lord and hear about him from authorities in such holy places. For the less intelligent, this beginning of spiritual life is essential, and only foolish men decry the establishment of such places of worship, which are required to raise the standard of spiritual attributes. The less intelligent persons is as beneficial as it is for the advanced devotees to meditate upon him by active service. That's chapter 2. Chapter 3, which is a few pages, 5 pages. And we'll go from there. Back to chapter 3. Sanskrit is Tata Varmaham Saranam Muninam Amalat Manam Bhakti Yoga Vidhanartham Tatham Vashima Hi Shriya. Translation. You yourself descend to propagate the transcendental science of devotional service unto the hearts of the advanced transcendentalists and mental speculators, who are purified by being able to discriminate between matter and spirit. How, then, can we women know you perfectly? Srimad Bhagavatam 1:8-20. Even the greatest philosophical speculators cannot have access to the region of the Lord. It is said in the Upanishads that the supreme truth, the absolute personality of Godhead, is beyond the range of the thinking power of the greatest philosopher. He is unknowable by great learning or by the greatest brain. He is knowable only by one who has his mercy. Others may go on thinking about him for years together, yet he is unknowable. Women in general are unable to speculate like philosophers, but they are blessed by the Lord because they believe at once in the superiority and almightiness of the Lord, and thus they offer obeisances without reservation. The Lord is so kind that he does not show special favor only to one who is a great philosopher. He knows the sincerity of purpose. For this reason, only women generally assemble in great number in any sort of religious function. In every country, in every sect of religion, it appears that the women are more interested than the men. This simplicity of acceptance of the Lord's authority is more effective than showing insincere religious fervor. Kunti Devi prayed to the Lord very submissively, and this is a symptom of a Vaishnava. The Lord Krishna had come to Kunti Devi to offer respect to her by taking the dust of her feet. Because Krishna considered Kunti Devi his aunt, he used to touch her feet. But although Kunti Devi, a great devotee, was in such an exalted position, practically on the level of Yashodamai, Krishna's mother, she was so submissive that she prayed, quote, Krishna, you are meant to be understood by the Paramahamsas, the most advanced transcendentalists, but I am a woman, so how can I see you? Unquote. According to the Vedic system, there are 4 social divisions. Chaturvarnamayascha. The highest members of the social order are the Brahmanas, those who are intelligent. Then come the Kshatriyas, military men and administrators. The Vaishyas, farmers and businessmen. And finally, the Shudras, ordinary laborers. One's place in the system is determined by one's qualities and work, guna karma. The Bhagavad Gita mentions Striya Vaishyas Tata Sudra, and the Srimad Bhagavatam speaks of Striya Shudra Vijabandhunam. According to these references, women, Shudras and Vijabandhus are considered to belong to the same category. The word Vijabandhu refers to one who is born in an exalted Brahmana or Kshatriya family, but who has no qualifications of his own. One's social standing, according to the Vedic system, is determined by one's qualifications. This is very practical. Suppose a man is the son of a high court judge. This does not mean that he himself is also a high court judge.
Hello guys, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to show you something, guys. Look at this.
One happens to take birth in
You see, they are drinking and flowing. You can come all the way here. You see, guys, here. They are sleeping here and they are making like sexuality here. They are making the woman also. At the night, they are drinking. They are making pee and everything. They are making the business here. Look. You see, guys, you can see all of these things, and it's smell nasty. So what we gonna do? I'm going to lock the door.
Care about their arguments.
I'm gonna lock the door. I'm gonna help my neighbors, okay? This is none of my business, but this is my neighbors. I got the key. I'm going to lock this door, okay? I just can't connect it. I'm gonna show you guys. Now they cannot go inside. If they come this, they can go to jail. I'm gonna give it to my neighbor. I'm trying to help them.
How is it then?
Hello, neighbor. I give you the key here. And whenever you got time, you can clean. It just smells nasty. Thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, what do you think, guys? Please don't forget the comments, guys. You see? It's good for my neighbor.
Stargate wasn't just another alien. I was a congressman from
Representative Hagman endorsed you for governor? That had to be huge.
Not to speak of becoming a Brahmana, a person who fully engages in Bhakti Yoga attains the highest transcendental platform. The stereotyped, crippled idea that only a person born in a Brahmana family can become a Brahmana has killed Vedic civilization. But now, we are reviving the correct understanding that the attainment of perfection Mami Bard Vyabashrita Yepishu Bhavayo Naya Striya Vaishyas Ta Sudras Devi Yanti Param Gatim. O son of Bharata, those who take shelter in me, though they be low-born, women, Vaishyas, or Shudras can approach the supreme destination. Unquote. Thus, although women
Shudras and Vaishyas are ordinarily considered to belong to a lower class. When one becomes a devotee, he or she goes beyond such designations. Women, Shudras and Vaishyas are ordinarily regarded as less intelligent, but if one takes the Krishna consciousness, one is the most intelligent. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishna ye bhaje se pada chatura. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Bengali, Hey Ve Brahmanda Pramite Gona Bhaga Vanjiva Guru Krishna Prasade Bhaya Bhakti Raj. Among the living entities wandering through the universe, one who is very fortunate perceives by the mercy of the spiritual master and the mercy of Krishna the seed of devotional service. Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 19:151. The Krishna consciousness movement does not consist of wretched and unfortunate men. No, it consists of the most fortunate. One who has taken to Krishna consciousness is to be considered the most fortunate because he has found the way to act so that his life will be perfect. One who is Krishna conscious and discharging his duties nicely is the most fortunate and most perfect. This is humbly stated here by Kunti Devi. Although Kunti had the body of a woman, she was a devotee. Therefore, she was not like an ordinary unintelligent woman. Rather, she was the most intelligent, for she recognized Krishna to be the Supreme Godhead. Quote, he has come to me to offer me respect, materially appearing to be my nephew. But he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, in a previous verse, she said, Alaksham Sarva Bhutanam Antar Bahir Avastitam. Quote, you are not seen by ordinary men, although you are everywhere, inside and outside. Unquote. In another verse, she said, Alak Shaye Moda Disha. Fools and rascals cannot see you. Unquote. This indicates that Kunti saw him. Unless she were able to see Krishna as he is, how could she say, Alak Shaye Moda Disha? She also said, Prakriti Param, you are transcendental to this material creation. Now, here also in this verse, Kunti continues to express herself with humility. This humility is very good in devotional service. Therefore, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu teaches us, one should be more tolerant than a tree, and humbler than the grass, to make progress in spiritual life. Unquote. This is necessary because for one who is living in the material world, there will be so many disturbances, just as if one were traveling on the ocean. One cannot expect a very peaceful situation on the ocean. Even a big ship may also be unsteady, and at any moment there may be tumultuous waves. Similarly, in this material world, we should always expect danger. One cannot expect a very peaceful life within this material world. The Shastra, the Vedic literature says, Badam Badam Yat Be Badam, Bhagavatam 10:14-58, that every step there is danger. But if one becomes a devotee, then one can escape. Mayam Etam Varimite. If one takes the Krishna consciousness, in the beginning there will be many disturbances caused by Maya, the material energy evolution. Maya will test us to see how firmly we are facing Krishna consciousness, because she is also an agent of Krishna. She does not allow anyone the freedom to disturb Krishna. Therefore, she tests to see whether we have taken.
Back to sucking. Behind the dumpster. Take your. Oh, who muted it? My ears are dying. I can't do it.
And they're
One, do you want to say something? You came off mic.
wait, Matt. This guy came on here on a public forum. Hey, this guy came on.
And you came on to a public forum and said that you're going to let somebody's 2-year-old when they turn 18. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about, man?
Move the fucking faggot down. Like, I don't really give a fuck.
The man that threatens people's toddlers when they turn 18. You're a weirdo, bro. You're a fucking weirdo.
You know what? You know what's really weird is the fact that you
Where's John Kitover? Where's John Kitover?
that we're being gay.
Can somebody ping John Kitover into the room? Ping John Kitover into the room, please. Please ping John Kitover into the room.
You fucking moron.
Yep, moron. You're talking about having sex with people's 2-year-olds when they turn 18, weirdo.
Yeah,
weirdo. Weirdo, you're a fucking weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo. You're a weirdo. You are a weirdo. You are a weirdo. You're a weirdo. Yeah, keep dancing around that comment, bro. Keep dancing away from that comment, bro. Because it doesn't look very good. The fact that you said that does not make you look very good, bro. It looks disgusting. It looks disgusting. It looks absolutely disgusting. You're talking about sexual relations.
You started crying the day
before. Okay, keep protecting the weirdo.
You were the fucking problem. And you know what?
This man is still going.
Still gonna go.
Still going. Why? Because you're late.
I'll knock the cornrows off.
Because you're another threat? Another threat? Another threat?
I don't care, dude.
Another threat?
You ain't got shit, man. You ain't fucking shit. You say other shit. You come on the stage and talk about how they and tell people
Brad, you want me making threats towards people?
No one's coming to your rooms. No one's popping around.
That's great.
No one's going
That's great.
That's great. Here, I fucking
screenshot
and then told
screenshot
everything. You can't screenshot everything. Take a fucking picture, jerk off to it in your fucking loneliness. Because I know you like fucking jerking off to every guy on this stage. You fucking ass eater. Fucking A. 5 years.
I bet you wish you had some action, Brad. You're at home alone. You're angry. You're at home alone. You're bitter, home alone, and angry. You're bitter, home alone, and angry. Threatening men on the internet. You're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. Why does it go into your mind to talk about people's 2-year-old children, Brad? Why do you talk about people's 2-year-old children, Brad? Why do you talk about people's 2-year-old children, Brad? Why? Because you're a weirdo. You're an angry, lonely, middle-aged man on the internet. 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 Being a tough guy. Being a tough guy on the internet. Middle-aged man being a tough guy on the internet. Oh my God, I can rip somebody's spine out on the internet. I'm going to threaten people on the internet. Oh, I'm such a tough guy on the internet. On the internet, brother. You're a fake flexer on the internet. Oh, I have cocaine. This is crazy. This is crazy.
The motherfucker's passing out. He doesn't have food.
This is crazy. Yep, I don't have any food.
Place to live.
I don't have any food.
Doesn't have fucking shit.
Yep, I don't have any food. I don't have any car.
All of a sudden,
Yep.
Motherfucker's gay. Motherfucker's gay. Trying to get a sugar.
And I'm not even really going to be nasty. Because at the end of the day, Brad, I'm not going to be nasty. I'm not going to drag you out like the rest of these people drag you out. Nobody's going to drag you out the same way. People are talk about your gay life. You can get remarried, Brad. Get remarried, Brad. This man misses pussy so much. Misses pussy so much. This is what he does on the internet. What he does on the internet. Stop. This is crazy. You're a weirdo. You're a middle-aged man and you're a loser on the internet. Thank you. Did you wish you were Mother's Day with a shovel, Brad? Did you wish you were Mother's Day with a shovel? Did you
So there you go, motherfucker. Yeah, you're right. Go to court, man. You ain't done shit. And everybody else, all the lawsuits you found in our clubhouse. Everyone's so scared of you. Everyone's so scared of you. You know what? You're tired. You're a scrawny fucking crackhead. You're an AIDS fucking victim. What the fuck?
You might try to win. You might try to win a ring, Brian. Keep digging. Keep digging.
Do whatever it takes to die. Don't
Digging.
You want to what else you want me to say? That you're a nappy-headed little crackhead? That's it. That's why nobody tolerates you. That's why everybody's sitting there going, hey, guess what? Adams is a fucking bullshit. Adams is stupid. Adams is so fucking dirty. Bitch, you ain't getting married. You ain't getting married. Get out of the way. You can't even hold your own. You can't even do the shit you want to. The motherfucker has to beg for it down with a fucking money. You begging money. You steal money from people and give them like fake stories about your fucking life. Bullshit, fucking idiot. And then you're like, oh, you can't hold that shit. Fuck you.
Angry man.
You're right.
Angry man. Keep digging.
I don't like
Keep digging. Keep digging. Keep digging. Keep digging. Keep digging. Keep digging.
Because you know what?
I've never asked for a dime for anybody on this app. Thank you.
Fucking pathetic.
Never asked for a dime.
No, I'm saying that.
Never asked for a dime. I'm sending some up for a good animation. This is crazy. Never asked anybody for a dime, but there we go. Other people in the room are not giving money to it.
You're fucking crazy. Adams, you did ask to borrow money from me.
Oh, shut up. Anyways, I want to say there's a lot of fucking dumb people in the audience that are really fucking like it's very comfortable.
Okay.
I would say go after the I said there's a lot of alhamdulillah that's going after Americans in the chat if anybody has noticed. I would you bring the alhamdulillahs on the
Bring them up, I'll deal with them.
Alhamdulillahs. I want the alhamdulillahs, guys.
Alhamdulillah. Ya Garab Salam.
Bring them all up.
Adams needs a date. Bring them all up.
You sound like you need a shovel. Go wish your wife a happy Mother's Day.
Adam, go wish my wife a Mother's Day.
Hey, my mom's supposed to die at old age. Your old age supposed to die on you.
Yeah, I got you, dude. I got you. I promise you. I'm gonna still fuck your mom's stall right out of it and drink bourbon after I get done.
Still not gonna bring your wife back. Still not gonna bring your wife back.
I know. Because you niggas like you always got that fucking thing. You always want to go.
And then bitches like your wife will still stay there whether you want to dig my mother up or not. Then bitches like that will still stay there.
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you all day. That's too bad you're an AIDS fucking man.
You got beat, but you don't got the damn wife.
You know what? You're still something good to me. I'm still begging for happy money. I don't have your mom on Mother's Day either. Yeah, dude. Did you kiss your mom with that mouth? Man, did you kiss your mom?
That's what's happening at my age.
Your mom has Mother's Day.
That's what's supposed to happen at my age. Right? You're not supposed to be pounding your wife, bro.
You're not supposed to fucking idiot.
You didn't do enough to keep her alive.
Fucking little one. You didn't do enough to keep her alive. Fucking coming on and then thinking somehow or another, here you go, I'm gonna be a supporter.
As much energy as you have towards getting in my business, you should put the energy into keeping your dad's wife alive.
Revolution, begging for money, anti-gay revolution, back black women all the time. This guy, this
Who's begging for money, bro?
Dumpster baby.
Who's begging for money, bro? Who's begging for money, bro?
Walmart.
You don't worry about everybody else on the side. I bet you your wife's head starts begging for flowers. I'll put some flowers on your wife's head, so stop minding other people's business, man. Stop minding other people's
because you can't fuck with it. You're just thinking you're so cool, and you're not. I'm gonna give you all the shit you want, all the attention, dude. I would have said KK, all these people fucking calm me down and all these people fucking lie and say, hey, you know what? Adams is in trouble. Adams is doing fucking shit. There was a girl that was hanging out here that was always drunk. This girl, being gone, her to live at her house. And she said you can stay for one night. And for one night, this motherfucker was on the street. This man is so chicken with all his damn wife left him with nothing. Left him with nothing. With bitterness and anger. Bitterness and anger. He was begging for anything. Like he's not begging for anything, bro. The difference between me and you is I should have been go to work. You know what, Brad? You know what, Brad? Hey, what is Brad? Go get a job. Go get a job. You're a middle. Fucking crackhead, fucking AIDS win.
We're gonna get off this. I tried twice to get off this, but you guys
Matt, you're good. I was minding my business.
Alright. Ralphie, what are you saying? You're really quiet right now.
I was walking alone.
Come up and defend the title, American, or the great president people are having issues in the chat with. Come on.
They're not coming up. They don't want to come up. I mean, I think I don't know all the.
Damn.
Alpha's I'm just saying.
Alpha's in a good fucking.
She's in a good mood or whatever she's.
I am so drunk right now, and I'm feeling good. Yeah.
Nice. So, Sunday night drinking, celebrating Mother's Day.
That's how you do it.
That's beautiful. That's a beaut. Oh my God. No, but seriously, come on, guys. If you believe in Muhammad, come up, talk to us. If you think President Trump is a pedophile, come up and talk to us.
Well, mostly what we want to ask them about, Rafi, is about Sunan Abi Dawud 47:17, where Allah says that he sent newborn babies in. That's what we're trying to find out. Clarification.
I don't want to hear that.
Alright, let's behave. Everybody behave. We had some good topics. We had aliens. I don't know if anybody wants to continue that.
That's
yes.
outrageous.
You want to get off that already?
Yeah.
Of course it was.
Seriously, I don't want to talk about it. I have a sleep.
You want to be able to sleep tonight?
Yes, that's scary for me.
What, Ashton? Are you there? Ashton? Come twice. I wanted to get.
Don't fucking wake that up.
No, stop it. Don't do that, Rich. What do you think of aliens, Ashton?
Some of the stuff that was released, I found it to be interesting. They saw, a craft flying toward winds that's not normal, for us to fly into winds 500 miles an hour and then stop on dime, that's not normal. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, extraterrestrials, things of the unknown. There is something up there that's unknown. So,
Let me ask you a different question. And I swear to God, yesterday I was drunk and I couldn't sleep till like 6 in the morning. 7, my head was like running around some shit in my head. I'm going to go aliens because I was thinking about aliens, but I was thinking about different. Everything we believe in, God, the scriptures, everything. You think it was given to us by aliens and we just fucking worship like these gods, but realistically it was aliens? Because they came back then and just didn't know the difference.
Wake it up, Rafi. I don't separate the two.
I don't think so.
Like they know the difference.
No, I'm sorry, sweetheart. No, I don't think there's some alien, because then that would defeat the purpose of God. Why would, So, no, I'm sorry.
That was his point.
Because I'll explain to you, there's scripture saying 2 birds hitting something like that. But when we look back, the way that birds are, we see how aliens as airplanes hitting structures. The way that it was written out is different. But again, there was no would have to describe. They would have to describe it in like pictures or like these other things, and we're like now thinking like this is what the meaning is.
They were in the pictures though.
Correct, but there's like weird pictures, like weird description, and like if they saw a plane, they could draw a bird because what they know is flying. Only birds can fly.
Yeah. So the spaceship and the Jesus theory, right? So you know the artistic interpretation of what they say is the biblical Jesus or descending and or extraterrestrial UFO. They're saying that the technology of Jesus' so-called ascension and or transfiguration, right, from his, I guess, transformation is extraterrestrial. Does that make sense?
So is there something to it?
Supernatural, yeah, there's supernatural maybe, you know, things that may be unexplained, you know, to natural science or other, you know, quantum means, you know, things that we can think of. There are some things beyond our understanding. There are things we may not ever know.
Remember what I said earlier, guys. These are going to be the people that worship the aliens as God.
But again, back in the day, the way to do it, this guy is very limited. But now we are sitting today trying to, what's the word, like decipher, or like, you know, trying to understand what the fuck they wrote back in the day.
Yeah, I think there's more to this, Rafi. I'm with you. I don't think it's just cut and dry. I think, yeah, good, yeah.
No, I'm saying I think
Bang theory either.
But
So what is the flying pod thing? What is the flying pod that they are referencing that is in that art for the Renaissance artwork in the monastery? So I guess it's in like what, Bulgaria, right? They were saying that's the interpretation of God, or Jesus, and it is a flying pod or some kind of what they are interpreting as a rocket ship that is right underneath the sun in the photo.
Well, listen, it could be people hovering or something like that, because again, extraterrestrial, they have different, they're a little bit more advanced. So I just think we are worshiping aliens, to be honest, or we were told by aliens, or there's a mix-up in the translations. But I do believe aliens are involved with this, with respect.
I didn't expect that from you, Rafi, to be honest. Shay, trying to speak, I think you're in the blender. Something going on with your mic. You want to try again, Ashton?
Good luck with, you know, him, you know, what he's saying. I just don't think that we were just created by some alien that you see on TV. I think it's a more complex, I think it's just something a little bit more complex than that. I don't think the Big Bang Theory either. I think
I'm not saying that.
I think it's more complex than that as well.
I'm saying the way that the scriptures, everything we follow, not the way we were created, but the scriptures and everything, it was given to us by something above, as they say, it was above humans. What is above humans that we know today? Is aliens.
With the scriptures, then if you correlate that, you would correlate it to the Nephilim, right? And or a other type of being mixing with a human being. Is there not still, are we not still walking among hybrid beings, whether they are Nephilim derivatives and or I guess what you'd say
the Ashkenazi Jews.
Alternatives? Oh, okay. That's what we're doing.
The Ashkenazi Jews are the Nephilim.
Yeah, Rich.
Got it. Okay.
I mean, it explains it why we run the world with the high-speed IQ and the ethnic group on Earth. I mean, we are like God's amongst you simpletons.
Well, that, I mean, just because you're Jewish don't mean that you supersede.
No, Ashkenazi Jews. We weren't incorporating the others.
Okay.
Yeah, specifically Ashkenazi.
Ashton, he's strong.
That is absolutely absurd to
Don't do it. Don't do it.
We are the superior group.
I'm sorry to be you, Ashley.
Yeah, don't fall for that. If you do fall for that, certainly I can help you, Ashley.
For that, I just was like, that's dumb. They follow.
No, but once you hear that voice, you
Exactly.
understand it's not. It comes with the voice. I said it comes with the voice. Once you hear the voice,
Wait, Ashton's
you
numb, you
understand
said?
nothing is good coming out.
I agree with that.
Alright, be nice.
Say Ash.
Come on,
Alan, are you there, Alan?
Apparently.
Apparently. Are you an alien by any chance? I don't know what's going on with you these days.
I've already said too much.
They're coming for you?
No. They is me. They is me.
Right. Alan is the anomaly. Remember that.
No, but seriously, what do you make of aliens, Alan? I actually don't even know your take on that.
He's the lineage of the truth.
He is.
I heard some the files were released. I haven't looked into it because it's still not. It would be nice if a benevolent race of aliens came to Earth and they gave us a book and they solved all. They gave us force fields so we could never fight and solved all human diseases, and then eventually let us visit their home world. But of course, at the very end, we would finally translate the book that was titled To Serve Man and realize that it wasn't a book about helping humans. It was a cookbook.
The answer was 42 also.
No, not the cookbook.
Yeah.
Okay, how many people got the Twilight Zone reference?
How many people got the 42 reference?
How many people bought begonias?
No one, because we're not retarded.
Alright, B-Man, you're at fault for a lot of this. You need to correct this. What other things can we talk about?
Well, I got something, but it's gonna get everybody awake, and then I might be called bad things. Wanna do it?
Why not? It's already been an interesting evening the last 2 hours.
I mean, it's only 12 o'clock almost. It's a big better time. What a better time in the world.
So I was looking at some news articles that were popping up. There was some boring stuff, something about Hegseth calling for an investigation of somebody for like a second time. Don't know who that person wasn't. I don't know, I didn't look into it. It was kind of, And then there was this other article where I thought it was interesting. There was these people, and they were burying their father in the cemetery. It's like it's a cemetery that this village, this nearby, has been burying their dead in for a long time. And there's been disputes over, the land around it and who gets what. And anyway, these other people dug up this guy's father that they just laid to rest because they didn't want him in the cemetery. Isn't that mean? I think that's horrible. And they had to go and pick out the body of this guy, pick the body out of the grave, and they had to move him to a different cemetery.
Okay. So.
Because the people in the area didn't want the other people burying their dead in there.
Well, because they didn't want him around.
The two parties don't get along very well.
Oh,
This person just exhume their body. They have to go. I mean, that is strange. That sounds like something legal that would need to be up in some kind of court. That's concerning. Well, the worst part was that police were there. Police were on site and they watched it happen. So.
Yeah, pretty. You can't really. I mean, if somebody's alive there and then moving the dead body, the live person speaks over the dead man.
Like they said, you got. Like they said, you got to get a permit to have your dad here, and they went and they got the permit and everything, but it still wasn't satisfactory. So the other people went and started, just villagers just started.
Did he finally get put in the rescue place?
Yeah, he did.
What country was this in, and why was this guy not well liked? Or it was just these two different factions, and what was the difference between the factions? Were one side vegetarian and the others were meat eaters, and what was it?
I can't say.
Oh man, no, wrong for cannibal.
What happened up there? I mean, it really does sound like something that needs to end up in a court or a judge for the police to stand there and not do anything. That can't be America, because that just
gnarly. Well, you know, I mean, I told you the dead man can't speak for himself. So the person that always gets it's easy here. It's easy. It's a dead person, and it's people talking about they gotta go that are alive. It's easy. It's an easy fix. You move to Denver. Once you can shut the fucking live people up, you're not gonna. You know what I mean? It's an easy fix. And I'm sure, like, the timeline was almost like, there's probably, like, a whole lot of part of that situation where, like, I mean, they were gonna, like, they bury people over other people's time, right? Like 27 people in the thought that your grandfather's still in, right? You go back and visit. What?
No, yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah, I heard about that too. Do you know, it's interesting.
There's a lot of shit going on there. You know, like,
yeah, and it's true. Like, there's where I live, there is this cemetery. The oldest date on the stones was like 17 something and early 1800s. Like that was the average. Like this era, and these stones are like falling apart, and it's weird and it's creepy, but we still haven't like touched it, and we just like built around it. And it's interesting because it's like in the middle of it's between businesses now. Like businesses built around it. So there's stores and whatever else. But we still didn't touch it. We just left it to leave them.
Well, they left it so that it can be tax-free property for those kids.
Yeah, but I gotta be honest, that's kind of creepy. You don't feel comfortable running up to a corner store and looking at headstones. Oh, there was this one cemetery that you go to this town is so little, and it's the cutest little cemetery over here. But the interesting thing is the cemetery is really close to the road, but they have this beautiful, it's like a vintage clock. What it is, it's like on a pole, right? It's on imagine this big pole, and at the top of the pole, it's a big circle clock, and it's right in the cemetery, like right on the edge of the cemetery. And so basically, like, it forces you to think, like, wow, the time is ticking. You know what I mean? Like, what else? I'm thinking, like, what else was the person who just randomly wanted to put that random ass clock there, right next to the center? Yeah, to remind everybody that drives by. I would have to drive by the thing. I appreciate it though.
that's what made me love my life so much, and I was so appreciative. Every day I would go to work, I'd have to pass through and watch it, and I would do as I got there. Yep, I only got a few of those, so many of those TikToks left. Just gotta run them right, you know what I mean? But yes, it's very interesting. But yes, begonias are beautiful.
Hilarious. I love that. I love it. Everything about it, and the fact is taking girl the clock. Okay. By the time he's sitting up there with his little zen down, it's like, come on, be my girl.
It really is. And you're forced. And what's interesting is like the road, it's like 55 miles an hour, and then right when you hit this town, it goes down to 25. So not only you gotta go real slow, right fast after you're going fast, like on this long strip, and then boom, you got this little space to go through the town, and yeah. But it's interesting. I have a friend that just went to Lake Tahoe. See, that's my fat coming out. I'm sorry about that. Lake Tahoe. I was so interested. Lake Tahoe apparently has like the clearest water air. Like, does anybody know why the water is so clear at that basin?
Lake Tahoe?
In Lake Tahoe, yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to take a guess or have any assumptions? Or why the water is so clear?
What's your assumption?
I guess I could be wrong, but I'm guessing because it's so cold. Because I believe it's all ice melt, and it's really, really super cold, so it just slows growth. That's my guess, because it's cold. I could be wrong about that. So what else? Yeah, that article about Senator Mark
Like Tahoe, right? They have a really good, from what I know, because I used to do conservation.
Really?
They have a really good cleanup, like natural, food. Also, they do the zooplankton as well, right? So, I think that's why it helps with the water and the granite. I guess like there's not so much erosion in the water, and also it's gonna make the algae a little bit less than other places. So you have to really look at that part of where you are in the location more than the water is kind of the latter part of what the environment is actually doing. Just knowing that from conservation.
So I guess we also got, so the guy was, the Hegseth was going for President Senator Mark Kelly. Does anybody know why he's asking for him to be investigated by the Pentagon? Do we care? Who is this guy? Senator Mark Kelly. Defense Secretary Hegseth on Sunday called for Senator Mark Kelly to be investigated over comments he made about U.S. weapons stockpiles, marking the second time the Pentagon chief has opened review into the Democratic senator. Hegseth slammed the retired Navy captain and former astronaut. Oh, he's a former astronaut? That's interesting. For expressing concern when CBS, quote-unquote, Face the Nation over U.S. weapons stockpiles amid the Vietnam War, saying Kelly was blabbing on TV about a classified Pentagon briefing. Did he violate his oath?
Again, Department of War legal counsel will review. Hegseth posted on social media. Oh wait, so that was the Department of War legal counsel that posted this? Hegseth posted on social media Sunday. Kelly said earlier Sunday that following briefings by the Pentagon on munitions, including Tomahawks, ATACMSs, and Patriot rounds, he found it, quote, shocking how deep we have gone into these magazines, unquote. Quote, we've expended a lot of munitions, and that means the American people are less safe. Whether it's a conflict in the, oh God, he's fucking saying, oh my God. Whether it's a conflict in the Western Pacific with China or somewhere else in the world, the munitions are depleted. Shit. I told you, Iran was winning that shit. Kelly, who sits on the Senate Armed Services and Intelligence Committee, oh great, that's even worse. And he's a senator? Told CBS News Margaret Brennan.
So you just told me that, the father loves the son or something like that. I put it honestly with you.
Files. That's not.
Hate to break the bad news to you, but Sagittarians are really